Hello, good evening, everyone. Like I'm audible. Currently November 6th, 2025 at 8:01 p.m. and I'm really excited to come back today to bring you MapLab's Halloween Horror 7: The Grid 2. I've been really excited to play through the entries. I've held off from playing them since it came out on Halloween, and I would like to go through each of the entries and review them tonight. For those who don't know, MapLabs, let me get some music. I was forgetting something important. Those who don't know, Map Labs is a series of mapping challenges for Half-Life 2, where entrants are given a limited amount of time and a theme, and have to produce a playable map for Half-Life 2 using the Map Labs mod base, which is based on map base, within the time limit. And then at the end, all of the entries are compiled together into a mod and released to the public as an anthology. So this one is MapLab's Halloween Horror 7. Halloween Horror has been an annual tradition for MapLabs. It started in 2018. I participated in the very first MapLabs Halloween Horror, which was also the very first MapLabs. So for this challenge, the theme was not only to make a Halloween themed map, but to follow this grid of possible tropes. And so each entry had to pick a line of 5 squares on the grid, and each grid square represents a rule for the challenge. For example, for my map, I had to make a map with a monster, creepy drawings, isolation, daylight, and underground. By the way, Dan Scart, thanks for stopping in. Sorry you can't stay tonight, but I'll be sure to play your map during the next stream. That will be on Saturday. Hopefully you'll be able to make that. I have been really excited to play your map though, so hopefully it's not too hard to hold off. I think tonight I'm probably going to play the first 6 entries in this challenge, and so I think yours is after that. That might work out well. What else was I going to say about the challenge? I created a form for my own use that I'm going to use to ask myself some questions about each of the entries, and then it will give me a score in each of the categories. This is a system that I developed for when I did a judging stream earlier. Now, just to be completely clear, I'm not a judge for Halloween Horror 7, but I'm just reviewing it using a similar process as what I would use if I was a judge. So as a reviewer, I'm changing up the scoring a little bit because the judges are supposed to score on presentation, engagement, and immersion. But since I'm just reviewing it for myself, I came up with a different scheme where instead of immersion, I'm going to review it on how well I think it fit the theme. And I also want reviewing to be an iterative process. Like, I have some questions about whether or not that will be the best way to review maps. And hopefully by the end of this stream, we'll have a better idea of is that a good rubric to use to judge the maps, or is there something better? I think the reason that the judges don't judge on how well it fits the theme is because the theme is really more of a launch pad for ideas than like a strict set of rules. Usually the themes are supposed to give mappers ideas of things to make, and then it's generally not important whether or not the mappers follow the theme to the T, to the letter. But we'll see. So this is the grid 2. I already covered the grid rules. For each entry, we'll be able to look at the grid and see what the squares are supposed to be. And here's my form. If you want to download Halloween Horror 7 yourself, download it from this page on ModDB. And otherwise, I think we're ready to get started. I did want to mention that for this stream, I probably won't be paying as much attention to chat as I do normally, because I want to give each map its due. I want to give it the attention that it deserves. My map is very janky, so I'm scared of you encountering problems. I'm sure it'll be okay. My map is a little janky too. It happens with MapLab's entries, you know. There's not a lot of time for testing and bug fixing, so I understand. I'll try to restart it if I do encounter problems or go back to a save or whatever. I'm going to say one more thing I wanted to cover before I started. Oh yeah, just chat rules. I'm probably not going to pay as much attention to chat, and I also would ask to refrain from backseating at all because I want to do a blind review of each of these entries. So if I do need a hint, I will ask directly, hey, can I have a hint? And then I'd appreciate input, but otherwise I will probably try to ignore any advice on what to do during the maps. And turn off the... Get into Map Labs. This is Halloween Horror 7, Third 2. I like this background map that Red Zombie made for the challenge. From what I understand, the background map was made at the very last minute, and so I think he did a really good job of putting something together that looks good. I think it fits the theme too, because didn't the other Halloween horrors tend to have this skeleton on the main menu background? I have some notes on the Breen's Private Reserve cans at the bottom of the screen. I think that should have been pumpkin soda. We'll see more of later. The first map is Vacation by T-Op, and this is the one map out of the challenge that I actually played. Because I was a playtester for it. T-Op is my friend, and so we collaborated a little bit. That's the one entry in the challenge where I have unfair prior knowledge. I'm going to play this on normal. I really, really want to play it on hard, but I know that when I play on hard, that's not fair to the mappers, because a lot of times they balance it for normal, and it just creates a worse stream experience. So I'm going to try to keep it on normal. Subtitles on. My video settings look good. Let's get into it with Vacation.
Calvin, my man, you were a lifesaver this morning. Now get out there and enjoy your vacation. You deserve it. You know how important work-life balance is. And besides, I know Riley has been talking about the park all week. Anyways, big meeting with Arbite. I gotta run. Jazz it.
Somehow that opening monologue seems a little bit familiar to me. But I just can't place why. I do have a couple of notes from talking to T-Op about this. I think he did a great job with this train. He told me that he took the train from the beginning of Half-Life 2, and I was asking him, like, oh, like, did you decompile the map? Did you, like, find the source somewhere? What do you mean you took it from Half-Life 2? And he said, no, I looked at a screenshot, and I made what was in the screenshot. So I think he's come a long way as far as being able to map from sight, like, recreate things from an image. I think that takes a lot of talent to do. I don't do that often enough, I'm going to be honest. And so I do applaud that. There's a lot of small details in this map. Gotta get into the park. I do think that this vending machine should have been a pumpkin soda machine, personally. There is a pumpkin next to it, though, for what it's worth. Any soda machine that isn't pumpkin soda disqualifies the map instantly. Exactly. Welcome, Captain Haxray.
I
gotta get into that park. I do wish, like, I should submit that asset as like something that any map can use. Because definitely, I would encourage any maps to use it. I just think it's a fun thing. Guys are oddly still. One thing that I like about this as well is Eop's use of soundscapes, because from what I understand, he made his own soundscapes for this. It sounds kind of unusual. It doesn't really sound like the soundscapes from Half-Life 2. It uses some sounds that are a little weird, like I think it's the teleporter winding down sound.
I got it. Mark.
And it's unusual, but it gives it kind of a unique atmosphere. I really don't like the use of the Half-Life credits theme in the soundscape. I think it's kind of distracting. I think he meant it to be like ambient music that's playing in the map, but it doesn't really come across that way.
Hey, it's Jazz. Remember how work is family? Yeah, we need you to head back to the monorail. Riley doesn't need big old dad to have fun, right? This is urgent. So just don't go in.
Go in.
Hit that exit sign instead. See you in a jiffy.
I think I'm gonna try to save so I can see both outcomes here. Get my entrance badge. This is one thing I helped tee up with. It's the Arbite badge from Entropy 02. And I'm gonna say I'm gonna go into the park. I'm gonna ignore my boss.
I have to choose.
Oh, the dialogue played a little late.
Family.
Chose to ignore your boss and enjoy your vacation, but aren't you scared about your job? Hey, Boom Donuts, welcome. And we're just getting started with the first entry called Vacation by Tiop. Inspired by, but not related to company values. I need to talk about that a little bit. But I'll wait until I'm done with the entry. Okay, let's go back. Your boss is going to fire you for taking your day off that was already approved
I have to choose.
ahead of time. They're going to find another reason to fire you.
Family.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like you're just not being a team player. Calvin needs to be a team player. He really needs to, you know, support his work family.
I have to choose.
I've never actually had that happen. I will say I've never had like PTO that's like denied after the fact. But yeah, we decided to go back to work now. Going with impeccable timing. Yeah, we just saw the good ending of this map and now we're going back. Oh no. Oh no. It's Mr. Filing Cabinet.
Remember how
Ow.
work is family?
Remember how work is family?
Riley doesn't need big old dad to have fun.
Uh-oh. The job is chasing me. I have a lot of thoughts about this that I'm kind of not vocalizing because I'm too close to the map, and I'll get into it in a second. But I just want to play through it normally first. Is this... I don't remember this being here last time I played this. What? Am I crazy? I swear there wasn't a server there.
You know how important work-life balance is.
I guess we go this way. This is a different way than I remember taking when I play tested.
Remember how work is family?
I must just be getting confused. It happens to me pretty often. Yeah, this is where we're supposed to go. Hi, Threecotics. Welcome. Playing Map Labs. This entry is called Vacation by Tiop. 5 minutes in and I've lost the plot already. So you missed the intro part, but basically we're Calvin and we are at what's it called Magic Kingdom. We're at Disney World, legally distinct Disney World, and we got a call from our boss telling us to go back into work. So we had to decide whether or not to stay at the park with our family or go back to work. So when I decided to go back to work, this sort of dream state manifested where I'm surrounded by servers and monitors and this filing cabinet is chasing me. The hedge maze really confused me when I was playtesting this. I think the hedge maze has consistently been a point of criticism, that people don't know that you're just supposed to do a loop, basically. If I was playing this for the first time, I would probably get stuck in there for about 10 to 15 minutes. Place makes boot camp seem like Disneyland. Exactly. I forgot that they mentioned Disneyland in Opposing Force. Is it okay, like, legally to mention Disneyland? I don't really know how that works. Back when people felt safe to reference Disney in passing. Yeah, exactly. Yes, until they sue. Yeah, exactly. All from Jazz
I
again.
only saw her favorite princess.
No, this time it's
And
from
she loved her.
Calvin's
It was so
wife.
cute. And we wish you were here, babe.
Oh. Yeah, I know what you mean, Captain Haxray. Inspired by, but not related to company values. So, people who have seen the company values trailer probably recognize this right away, that this is somehow related to the map that I was working on called Company Values. So, the reason why it says inspired by but not related to is because this is something that Tia made as like a one-off. It's not directly related to Company Values, but it is obviously related to Company Values. You can think of it as like a prologue for Company Values, and I think that will make sense if you've seen the trailer. I'm very happy with it, actually. I think one like surprising thing about it was that Tiop was able to find a new voice for Jazz. Nothing's ever going to replace Stashy, of course, but I think the new actress did an incredible job doing her own take on the character. I'm really happy with that. A lot of people probably don't know what I'm talking about, but basically this is all inspired by a story that Tiop and I were working on a long time ago called Company Values. You can see the trailer on my YouTube channel. So I think that works really well as like a little prologue. As a Map Labs, I think it might be confusing to people because it's standalone. I will say I was pleasantly surprised by how he integrated the horror into it. I didn't know how he was going to do that. Like when he pitched the idea to me of like, oh, it's going to be Calvin at Disney World having to go back into work, I was kind of thinking like, what's the horror element going to be? But the idea that it's sort of like a dream state where the manifestation of his work comes after him is kind of funny, but it's very on theme, and I just thought it was surprising and enjoyable. Job application jump scare, exactly. Let's look at our review sheet. It'll be a good test of the review form itself as well. So maybe this is Vacation. So this is my rubric that I've set up for previous challenges. I do want to make some changes to it, but we're going to treat it iteratively and use it as it exists now, and then maybe we'll have some feedback at the end of the stream. Materials, I think I'm going to ding it a little bit because I don't like the use of wall textures on the floor. I saw other people praising that, but I think the pattern looks weird on the floor. Maybe it's because I'm used to seeing it on a wall, but I just think that the material selection would have been better in some places, but most of it was pretty good. Like I liked some of the repeating stone patterns in the train station area. I liked the map base logo, although that it's kind of confusing why it was map base. I'm gonna give it maybe half points for that. Effective use of lighting and color contrast. The lighting was pretty flat. It wasn't bad though. The lighting doesn't really direct the player to where you're supposed to go, and I think that is a problem because players don't know where they're supposed to go. The lighting definitely, it doesn't look bad, but I do think that it has room for improvement as far as setting the mood and illuminating like the playable space. I would say it does have a unique aesthetic, though, and that's something I really appreciate about it. I thought the props were pretty good. The only criticism I would have is the reuse of assets is kind of confusing. Like, the vending machine being Breen's Private Reserve, the people at the park being citizens from 2017, make it feel like less of its own world that it's trying to be. If that makes sense. There wasn't really a skybox, so composition and background, usually I'm referring to, like, how well does the foreground stand out from the background, and how well does the background add to the overall aesthetic or the atmosphere. There's no skybox, but there is a lot of background detail that I think is good, and it's very, like, there's a clear boundary between what's outside the map and what's inside the map. Soundscapes were good. Music choice, it does have music when you're being chased. I didn't like the reuse of the Half-Life 1 credits theme, though. Are there any empty rooms or boxy rooms? I don't think so, because most of it is actually
I have
outside.
to choose work or family.
Like, put that. I don't think I see. My background music is overlapping with... I watch someone play Half-Life 1 for the first time tomorrow. Oh, that sounds like fun. I'm gonna no-clip a second. The hallway is a little bit boxy, but not too bad. I like how it's like, because it's very vertical, it's like irregularly shaped. Could be more detail. I'm giving it not highly detailed, but also no box rooms. I'm gonna give it not highly detailed, but it doesn't have box rooms. It does have sequences. Take down there. I think this seems fair. Able to get through without getting stuck. I was, although I did get stuck in the hedge maze briefly. Do I count that against it? I don't know. Half points because I did get stuck, but I didn't get stuck permanently. It does have a new gameplay mechanic in that you're being chased by an NPC that does damage. It's not... like, I guess the main mechanic is the choice, which is good. There's not a lot of mechanics, though. I understood the story is unfair because I understood the story. I'm not sure if most players do. I worked on the story in the sense that I worked on company values. I don't know. Bugs. Did I enjoy playing the map? Not a lot. It wasn't like, wow, this is fun. No. It was enjoyable to an extent, but it didn't really wow me. But I will say it made me laugh, which is bullshit. I think the pacing is fine the way it is, because it didn't drag out, or did I feel like it was rushed? Let's take a look at the grid. This grid is from this square, the second square down, on the left side, diagonal, and then the corner square. And take a look at our grid. So that is unknown entity, great outdoors, daylight, and background or subtle scares, and then slow, relentless pursuit. I think I would give it points for all of those except for background or subtle scares. I really don't think there were any background or subtle scares. There's a little bit in terms of like sounds or like that NPC running around, but I don't really count it. It also wasn't very outdoorsy. It was outdoors, but it wasn't like great outdoors makes me think of like the wilderness, and this was more like a park. It being an unknown entity, I don't think it was very. I guess it depends on what an unknown entity is, because it wasn't like Eldritch. It wasn't really, but I feel like what's the difference between Eldritch and unknown entity like Slender Man? Really, they kind of seem kind of similar. It wasn't really like Slender Man. It was like a dream entity that was known as well. But I think I'll give it points because it was unexpected, and it was like an unknown entity in the sense that it's not something that you go into that situation expecting to be there. I will say antagonist 3. It's unexpected. It's a good antagonist. It represents the theme of the map well, but it doesn't really have the unknown entity quality of like Slender Man, of being like a cryptid or being like something that's otherworldly. It absolutely wasn't that, so I'm not going to give it full points. The setting, again, I think is about the same. Like, it was outdoors. I liked the trees. I liked the fact that most of the map was outside of the buildings, but it wasn't like in the wilderness. Visually, it needed some work since gameplay isn't much of a focus. The 3D skybox would have been nice. I agree. I think the focus was on the visuals more than the gameplay, and I do think T-Op did a good job with that. But I also think that the skybox choice could have been better. Maybe that's just because that's a skybox that I see so often. I know that he was going for overcast, but I think it could have been a lot moodier if it was like at sunset, or it was like maybe a different overcast skybox, or foggy, or something like that. Daylight. It wasn't daylight. It wasn't like completely in daylight. It was overcast. First trope square is background or subtle scares. I'll say it didn't use that. Oh, Relentless Pursuit did a good job. And then daylight, yeah, no, it was in daylight for sure. See what that nets us in terms of this scoreboard. Got vacation. Got a 65 on presentations, 64 on engagements, and uniqueness. That's weirdly similar values in all 3 categories. That's about what I expected it to be rated. I feel like my rating for that is unfair because I'm biased because I was involved in it. It's similar to rating my own map, which I'm going to do later on, probably on the Saturday stream. But yeah, I can't really give it a fair review, so maybe I dinged it too much because I didn't want to be biased. I don't know. I think it was good in that T-Op had a clear theme and a clear story, and he executed on it well. And it's probably his best map. Visually, it had a lot going on. I think the story was easier to understand. I'm pretty impressed by it. Move on to the next map. So the next one is Permaneo by Sassy Ross. I've been really excited for this one ever since I saw the trailer. I should do written notes on all the maps. I think I'll skip written notes on vacation because I've already talked to T-Op about it. I'm going to start a timer. It's currently 8:30 p.m. in my local time. I'm going to start a timer for 20 minutes, and if I get stuck, then I will have to decide whether or not I'm stuck permanently, or if I think I can get unstuck, or if I want to give it a chance. That will be what I consider to be overtime. That's just a way to keep the entries moving, to make sure I don't spend too much time on one entry. So let's start on Permaneo. Oh, I love that title card. Whoa! I bet that was just like in the map. That was like a game. 2006 Sycamore Pines Police Department, Detective's Office. Received a tip on 3 missing kids: Craig, Jacob, and Harper. So much detail here. There's an old storm drain under the highway out in the woods. There's lots of information here. The informant said that she knew they planned to go and tag the area, but they never came back. That looks like a unique map. Time to go search the scene. Let's take a look at this lore first. 47B, like a map. Sycamore Pines. Whittle and Hubbard Cemetery. Creek Jackson Cemetery. I noticed 2 cemeteries. Off to a great start. Missing people has your name? Oh no. Greg is 20, male, long hair, previously warned for tagging public buildings. Jacob is 22, male, short hair, received community service for public graffiti. Harper is 20, female, known associate of the other 2 suspects, I imagine. Suspected tagger, but no record. This is interesting because these were like suspects. They have a record for graffiti, but now they're actually victims. They are missing persons. Known associates of the missing persons reported that the 3 had previously tagged a storm drain south of Sycamore Pines and a something storm drain singular storm drain in the woods north of town. Exact location is unknown, but several possible spots of points of entry have been found on utility maps. Chief, one of the connections came through. I think we might have a lead on the entrance these kids were planning to use. Underpass access way 10220 below the highway leading to the north. Officer Renard. I'm having trouble reading these because there's a little bit of texture compression on notes, but I think they're not really meant to be read, right? I wouldn't consider that too much. The word you missed was underused. Oh, underused. I'll take your word for it. You can see outside a little bit. I wonder if this is also going to be great outdoors. It's a nice little office. There's something about this space that just feels like genuine. It feels lived in. It's like there's a telephone on the wall. Wait, can I use that? What is this from? This telephone prop. It can't be something that Ross made just for the entry. Gotta be from like Counter-Strike Source, but I don't recognize it. Phone is from CSS. Oh, I don't recognize it. Newspaper. Gives tag. Oh, I should look for that symbol. Fake CS player. Yeah, CS has never been my big, like, not really my cup of tea. I have played it. CSS especially. I enjoy it, but it's not like my favorite game ever. Cool little police station. Sycamore Pines welcomes you. I love the world building of having these like tourist posters showing locations that we're going to visit. Sycamore Pines Sheriff Department applications. Ready, I'll head for the site. Gotta look around. See something, say something. If you see something strange, suspicious, or just plain unusual, call your local law enforcement officer. Early response is our nation's only defense against the threats of terrorism. If you have any concerns, you can always call our non-emergency line. Huge outdoor-indoor sale. I wonder if that means that outdoors is one. West Highway. What state are we in? Notice to all investigators. Please observe the following icons for use in your investigation. Observations, not always case relevant, but may be useful. Important clues. Your case may depend on finding these in points of physical interaction. That's interesting. There are new mechanics. I can already tell things I'm going to give points for. Sycamore Pines Park Society. wanted this guy. Who's that? Definitely gonna show up later. Can't read that very well. This the world building here does remind me a lot of Ross's other map that I played, Blue Canary, which had a lot of incredible world building, especially at the start, to set up the character and the environment and the mission. Blue Canary was a fantastic map. That one really stands out to me. Leonard. Is there another character called Leonard? I like how there's this subtle horror in this room before we've even gone out into the scary place. You know? This is just where we work, but this room is just slightly creepy. That's the atmosphere really well. Need a Silent Hill map for Gmod? Ooh. Now we're starting the investigation. Oh, we can... point going back until I find those kids. This car is in Left 4 Dead, I think. It might be from Counter-Strike originally. Nice placement work. I feel like I'm really out in the woods. Chip was right. Looks like some kids broke into the storm drain access here. Campfire. No embers. This camp was set up at least a few days ago. Empty spray paint cans. Good chance these belong to the missing kids. I recognize some props from Left 4 Dead. Campsite, the bedrolls, three sleeping bags, 3 chairs, 3 missing. I like the music too. Looks like they had a pizza. This looks like a good time. You get some little campfire, get some beer, some lawn chairs, some pizza. Like they had a nice party. Like Chris's work. Really recent too. Giving point and click vibes. Yeah, in the best way possible. It is like a point and click game, but with more interaction. I just realized that I can sprint even though I don't have an HEV suit. I probably do have an HEV suit, but there's no HUD. Oh, I can turn my flashlight on and off too. I love that there's a unique flashlight sound. It just makes me feel like I'm a different character and not Gordon Freeman, you know? Behind these boxes. Gotta look for clues, guys. Jacob. If I follow the graffiti, I might be able to trace their steps. Convenient. These big metal beams in this room. It fills out the space. Storm drain here. Down the Half-Life ladder. Or your respirator. I didn't bring mine. Be okay if I avoid the wastewaters. Ew. Cap labs. Oh, I can see the sky from here. So that is one of the tags on the police station. What does that say? I feel like I've seen that before. Crowbar. Now this is a Half-Life map. I do have unique arms though, that's awesome. This might be using the C-arms that were added in map base 8. The place is in terrible shape. Maybe there's another way around? Crawling. I expect there to be head crabs, even though this is clearly not in a setting where there would be head crabs. The kids took the respirators. See, that's just like a... not even a solid prop. Ash, and then there's an invisible ramp. Ah! There's no way that got me. I should have like a scare counter for this, honestly. Counter-Strike crates. Boxes. I have to break all of these crates, guys. I'm sorry. For counter 1. That would actually be a great stream idea to have like an exclamation point scare or something. I really like that idea. Is in our hand. Looks like it says our hands. Documents. Documents are too faded to read, but they seem to be profiles for volunteers. This changed suddenly. Permaneo, Salus, and Achuum? Sorry, I don't know the right way to pronounce that. Never heard of this place. It's not on any of the service maps. Yeah, we were just looking at the service maps. Also, I love these missing tiles on the floor. I never seem to be able to get that right when I'm making maps. There's like a skill to it, I think. I think they just basically they took this tile texture, cut it along the lines, and then they were just removed a big section and shifted some of the tiles around. It seems like it shouldn't be that hard, but every time I do it, it doesn't look that good. I don't know. Blood? Looks like someone got injured here when the elevator fell. Ooh. Paint can. And same brand as outside, must be the kids. Cable snapped. Luckily, this must be the last floor. Bottom. This is definitely giving off an ominous vibe. A and team. What does that mean? Ooh. Like the entrance to Black Mesa East. Got like an airlock in here with showers? Like a decontamination type of setup? What could that be for? Kennels, but no dogs. Oh, is this the thing? Oh no, I just played Nuclear Nightmare with some friends. Carter Electronics. Conduit's output power by 1 halves. Oh. Fence connect. There's gonna be an entire gameplay mechanic around like circuit building. Hello, Kuchi. Welcome. We're playing Map Labs Halloween Horror 7. This is a map called Permaneo. Oh, this is gonna be so complicated. Oh no, there's an entire, like, electronic system in this map. How do I take this? I'm scared to move it around in case I lose it. Put it back where I found it and then come back for it. Don't let me forget that I put that there. I'm always putting things down in places and forgetting where I put them. I actually, I'm gonna set up an entire home server application to host a home inventory website so I can list where everything is in my house for that exact reason. Plus internet. Electrical. Probably where we need to use those fuse box things. Temple of Temple of Yalatavep? What language of origin even is that? It doesn't slide for orientation. Ritual Team A. During opening events, ensure all team members. Sacrifices must be made in a During opening events, follow the lead of Team A. Do not stray from the path. If a member of Team B is lost, do not come back for them. Rehires will place a stone. Okay, we gotta wait until it cycles around again. Sure, all respect is strong. Sacrifice will be honored and by us eternally. Oh. Oh. Like some kind of a cult. That's one of the squares on the grid. Kids probably were not expecting to find this. I'm a sucker for secret underground labs. Yeah, it's a great setting in like Half-Life games. It looks a lot like White Forest. Like aesthetically, it's the same. Got another one of these. A few weeks old, like the blood outside in the elevator. One of the kids must be badly injured. I thought, have they been missing for weeks? I thought they were only missing for a few days at most. Oh. Not good. That. I think this is where I use those boxes. Place isn't structurally sound. I need to be careful. So I think I use these. Okay, you know what's crazy? This says it must be exactly 10. There's a number, and we're gonna increment and decrement the number by doing certain things. This is exactly a puzzle that I had in company values, the build that I did a playtest for. Ah, wait. So if I do minus. How these work. It might not be exactly the same puzzle, but the idea of trying to hit an exact number by adding and subtracting things, like there's similar puzzles in like Mass Effect. I'm sure in lots of like point and click. Oh, this door opened. Oh, that looks spooky. Generator 2 is on the fritz and shorting out generator 1. Oh, where you left the bypass fuse. Bypass fuse. Oh, I see. The bypass fuse goes here. Oh no, this is confusing. Oh no. Bypass is the X one. Hey Ross, I'm playing your entry. I'm really impressed so far. This is amazing. So, I understand the clue where generator 2 is on the fritz and shorting out generator 1. Let me know where the bypass is. I believe this is the bypass. This is probably generator... That? Didn't look right. Okay. This is 2 to 1. Fix me. Generator 1 plus 2. Wait, if I take that out. Okay. It didn't look good. Main. I'm at work, so I'll be in and out, but I hope you enjoyed the 10,000... 100, sorry. Excuse me. The 100 million year fuse puzzle. No, it's okay. It will probably take me 100 million years. I'm about to run out of time for the entry. I set a timer so I can keep going through all the entries. I'm going to disregard the timer because I'm not actually stuck. It's just a, like, crazy long entry, which is not a bad thing. So I'm going to go ahead and... I'm actually going to stop the timer right now. I will resume the timer when I get stuck. 90% of the timer was reading the intro stuff. Yeah, exactly. The point of the timer is not to penalize entries for being long. It's just to basically give myself a way to say, okay, I've been spending a lot of time on this. I should do something different. Plus 2. 1 plus 2 is 6. Plus adds 1 to make it 7. Okay, so this is generator 1 plus 2. The G2 connects through it. G1 is a conduit. I think this is conduit 1. G1 is this generator. G1 goes to conduit 2. I think this is conduit 2. Conduit 2 goes to conduit 3, and conduit 3 goes out. Okay. If I add another plus into the circuit, here. I don't think that's going to help. Let me find another plus and see. I think that red zombie came in just under 30 minutes tops, which I think is about average. It seems like, because I've already gone through 20 minutes, so it seems like I'm going to take a little bit longer than that. I really like this puzzle mechanic, by the way. I was commenting earlier that this was very similar to the puzzle that I wanted to use in Company Values originally. Over? How can that be over? It's supposed to increment by 1, right? I guess it doesn't increment by 1. What does it do? What if I add a minus instead? Okay, how did that get to 11? I'm a little bit confused. Because that's 3. If I grab this, that's 7. Okay, so it's not always adding by adding or subtracting by 1. Okay. I think I get it, but the amounts are going to be confusing. But we'll see if it makes sense going forwards. I hope this elevator doesn't break. Uh-oh. I'm supposed to be going up. I thought that was the bottom floor. Apparently not. Oh. The chart in the storage room you might have missed with the amounts. Oh, that's probably what I missed. Threshold chamber. It's not ominous at all. Let's stay out of the threshold chamber to start with. Staircase has seen better days. Evidence. There's some Polaroids of bodies mangled in a slab of stone. Captions say flesh pillar. Oh, that's lovely. We found the flesh pillar. Massive. How was it never recorded? Oh, we're in a cave. Caves are hard to make. I made caves in my entry, and they did not look very good. This looks great. Whoop, finding the flesh pillar. Exactly. Dimensional threshold. Do not approach. Ooh, is this going to be, like, actually tied to Half-Life? Theoretical event horizon past this. Hi, Red Zombie. Welcome. Here he is. Yeah. Red Zombie, I'm playing Permaneo. This is the... I'm playing them in order, in release order. Unless someone wants me to play their entry next, I'll just keep going through them in order. So I'm on the second entry. Spray paint. So this is from the kids. Ooh, the big scary doors. I think these are the silo doors from White Forest. Usually they're horizontal, if I'm not mistaken. How have I never used these door models? I love the silo doors. I keep using them. Yeah, they look great. The Counter-Strike crates. You can't forget the Counter-Strike crates. Absolutely necessary. Oh, I see. Over there. I'm glad there was a wire showing me where the button is. Modern. I wonder how old this place is. Oh, it's the thing from Portal 2! You did the thing! I really wasn't expecting that here. The giant doors open to reveal tiny door. Of watching people's eyes follow that wire. Did you add the wire after there were playtests, or did you always have it there? Because I feel like I would have not put a wire there because I'm too lazy, and then playtesters would have gotten confused, and then I would have added the wire. Maybe that's just me. A little aperture themed freeway here. Things are clearly getting spooky. That looks like a dimensional door. You predicted it. Oh, this is what was on the the Run Think Shoot Live banner for Halloween Horror 7. Kinda looks like a Vortigaunt. See? Sprawled in ancient stone. Been here for a long time. Ruins. The black smoke particle works wonderful for the portal. I agree. Very spooky. It reminds me of that Half-Life Alyx map that I played called The Great Way. Oh, it's just like obscured. At an area portal? Oh, there's no way back. Now we're in Nightmare House 2. Any room stories? What's that about? These doors seem unusually big. Doors so big. Who's walking through these doors? Uh-oh. Rip Craig. Anyone is here to help us, Jacob. Craig, his leg was smashed by the elevator crash. Looks like he died of shock. Kids are here. All the more reason to press on. Hope the others are still alive. Ooh, what is that? Not noticed the ominous red glow coming from the ceiling. ENV smoke haze setting. I've used it a few times for that shimmery horror effect. That's really good. I wouldn't have thought to do that. That's really smart. Doors is open. Do I go down the scary hole or do I go that way? I think that would kill me. I think that is death, actually. Can I save and then... Okay, it's too small for me to... Got 7 ads? Wait, are there ads? Oh, there are ads. I'm sorry about that. Usually I try to predict those. Hopefully that wasn't too disruptive. I like this little like U-bend. Because whenever there's like a bend in a hallway, a horror map, you kind of wonder like what's on the other side. Like it obscures your vision. You can't see like what's around the corner. I missed if the corner man scare got you. Apparently not. I commented on the corner, but not the corner man. I didn't see that. Oh. I'm feeling this is gonna fall. Stop using Twitch. Sorry about that, guys. That's a little scary. Oh no. It actually illuminates too. Rewatch. The 3 were mentioned on that slideshow earlier. Mildly Vortigaunt again. I feel like this is going to be important for a puzzle. Watch over that for me. Weird connected. Oh, they're like shoots. The falling. I can use these to hold down the Aperture Science buttons, but this versions. Yeah. It's just like the Portal like cube and button puzzles, but spookified. Rewatch, but there's 3 kids missing. Well, the 3 I think are like the leaders of this cult. I don't know if there's a correlation between 3 kids. 3. The exact same logic to use as the buttons? Nice. But aren't buttons their own entity in Portal? I don't actually remember. I haven't mapped for Portal in forever. Never seriously mapped for Portal. Gotta be another one of those slabs. This thing. These shapes look familiar. There's like the angular shoots. There's these things. Oh. Something. Go get the button for override. Override. What? Oh. Portal 1, they're all hammer logic. Oh, I didn't know that. Shape. Very well. Oh, it's like a big window. Oh. Oh, that's spooky. Weird. It's like half industrial, half church. Oh, it looks like a Source engine, like it's like a factory kind of environment. Kind of Portal, kind of Half-Life 2 beta, but then it's clearly like a sanctuary in a church. That's pretty trippy. Ooh, bottomless pit too. Oh no, one of the kids. Jacob, he's badly injured but breathing. Oh, he's alive. Harper, she's badly mutilated. Offering? Area goes hard. Yeah, visually this is just stunning. Design is fantastic. Now, how do I get... I forgot which of the kids this... How do I get them back? I bring them back with me. That's not good. No, don't do that. Oh, it's the flesh pillar. I need to destroy that obelisk before the doors finish opening. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. How do I destroy the obelisk? Destroy the obelisk. Flesh pillar. Doesn't seem to be working. Something's coming. What if I, like... Can I get in the way of the beam, or like... No, I'm not gonna make it. I don't think I'm doing anything to the pillar. Ooh, the lighting from that is just fantastic. I'm about to lose. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What can I use to destroy the obelisk? Can I use these? No. Can I use... Ooh, I'm dead. I think I got the bad ending, guys. Your mind has succumbed to madness. Now a thrall of powers you cannot comprehend. Your soul endures in servitude. I hope there's an autosave. Okay, there is. That was spooky. I don't quite understand what I was supposed to do. But Jacob is the survivor. He's badly injured. Harper is badly mutilated, but she's offering. Texture work in here is just awesome. Oh, I see what I need to do. The chandelier. I have to destroy the obelisk. You're gonna let... See the chandelier here. Don't open those doors. Don't open those doors. Oh, the light is coming. Destroyed the flesh pillar. Oh, Jacob made it out. Were we never even in there in the first place? Returning to the site, the Permaneo bunker had completely collapsed, taking the doorway out with it. If it were not for the evidence gathered, all proof might have been lost. Greg's body was never recovered. Harper remains comatose but stable. Jacob suffered much after his possession, but I have remained in contact and helped him piece events together. ending text is bleaker if you don't find enough clues. That's really awesome. I'd gathered evidence, yet even I could not believe my story. After this encounter, I retired from the force and joined a group of underground investigators who welcomed my newfound knowledge. My mind remains strong, but the three still lurk underneath our reality. Next time the temple opens, we will be ready. The three are not human. They're like 17 out of 18 clues found. Nice. Didn't get 100%. I think I did well enough. Created by Sassy Ross. Additional assets from Left 4 Dead 2 and CSS, of course. I love that the outro card. It's so good. Ooh, you got a background map too. Ross, that was incredible. Yeah, thanks for entering. That's a great entry. I gotta do the review. But first, I'm just gonna sit on the menu for a second and kind of process what happened. I like the music too. Ross, did you make the music for this? You made the music? Wait, let me sure it plays in the background. Okay, wait, I gotta start the back. There we go. Termineo. That was an incredible entry. The visuals were just sublime. Like it's not just how it was made, but it's like the design of it. Did all the music. How is that possible that you could do the music and the visual design and the story? Like, you only have you have 4 weeks, right? How could you do all that in 4 weeks? I was barely able to do like half of what I wanted to do for my entry. Lighting was good. I especially liked the projected texture lighting. It looked fantastic. Good aesthetics. I really liked the use of Left 4 Dead and Counter-Strike props. I liked how once you go into sort of the dream world, there's like a red sky in the background. The secret is to scuff the gameplay and just do 2 puzzles. So I guess you would say that it's more of a visual-focused map than gameplay, right? Is that the idea? The music is custom. I was able to play through without getting stuck. I almost got stuck on the first puzzle, but I think even if I had gotten stuck, I would have eventually figured it out. Often my stuff is, next entry I want to try to do something more gameplay focused. Yeah. I mean, the visual style in your maps is just incredible. It did have a new gameplay mechanic. It had the plugs. I understood the story. I didn't see any bugs. I had a lot of fun. I'm afraid this is going to be a perfect 100, which isn't great for a review system. What if most of the maps are a perfect 100? Use puzzle is designed so you can brute force it if there's only a couple of possibilities. That makes sense, actually. Because it's like, if players figure it out, then they feel smart and they feel accomplished for getting the right solution. But if they get stuck, they will eventually brute force the right solution. And no one will ever be completely stuck. Yeah, I might be giving this like 100, 100, 100, which is not... It's bad for my review system, but I can't lie. Let's see, so for the theme, this one was 3 down on the left side, and a diagonal line down to the right, and then the top 2 squares on the right corner. that. This was Unruly Weather? That doesn't seem right. Am I looking at the wrong thing? Unruly Weather. Unruly Weather, really. Eldritch. Underground or Abstract. And this was both Underground and Abstract, which is pretty good. Friendly Antagonist and a Cursed Artifact. Okay. I guess the friendly antagonist is Jacob because he was possessed. And the Cursed Artifact is self-explanatory. It's the flesh pillar. I love that. Eldritch, I thought this was going to be cult for sure because the cult is a huge part of the story. But Eldritch also makes sense because the three are some kind of an Eldritch deity. Makes sense. Unruly Weather, I guess it's because the storm drain was like flooded, right? I didn't get that part. It does make sense. So antagonist, yeah, that was Eldritch. It was also cult, but it was definitely Eldritch. And this setting, Underground or Abstract. First trope is Unruly Weather. Unruly Weather, I didn't really get that from it. I can see it now because it's all about how the storm drain was flooded, but that didn't really have like a big impact on the map. Whereas Cursed Artifact, yeah, of course. And the bonus challenge was Friendly Antagonist, which I didn't really get until the ending because you don't know that Jacob is possessed, but he is kind of an antagonist in the sense that he is someone that the police department would have seen as a delinquent because he's like a, or not delinquent, he's a repeat offender. He's like he's been booked before for graffiti, so he's like a friendly antagonist that way. But you never really directly interact with him. I changed my grid midway to get a different antagonist, so Unruly Weather got dropped. That's interesting. Did you originally have one that had cult on it? Like, was yours going to be Trustworthy Stranger, Escape Fake Out, Underground or Abstract, Background or Subtle Scares, and Cult? I wanted to have more interactions with Jacob. That was a huge limitation. That makes perfect sense. I think it worked well that you minimized that element because that would have taken a lot of time to implement. I think you made good choices in using the time that you had as effectively as possible. Is originally monster middle straight down? Really? I can kind of see that because creepy drawings are part of it. Isolation, daylight. Yeah, no, that actually makes perfect sense. Couldn't figure out a good monster design. That makes sense. It's crazy that it fits both grids so well. Because I wouldn't have even thought that that was supposed to be the grid. What do I have to say about Vermineo? The written reviews are like the hardest part. I almost, like, doing these review streams, I almost don't want to do written reviews. But, I'm going to say visual design was... I don't even want to phrase this. It's like the way that it like created an atmosphere through design elements. It's not that everything was always detailed all the time, but it's that all the details created like a cohesive image. That sounds like a nonsense sentence. It made sense when I played it, though. I'm trying to think of anything negative to say about that. Like, it just felt so polished all the way through, which is hard to do in a map labs. There's always something that's wrong or missing or could have been better, and I don't know what could have been better. I think especially given that there's such limited constraints on it, like, I'll just leave it at that for now so I can keep going with the other entries. Because there's so many constraints, I can see how Termineo focused on what it could do really well. Like, you didn't have lots of dialogue with NPCs, you didn't have lots of like combat encounters, because those things would have taken time to polish. But by focusing on a simple story with 2 puzzles that you built, like, you could spend all the time that you needed to polish the environment and make it look as good as it possibly could. There's one scuffed decal someone found, take off 200 points. Yeah, exactly. No, that was nearly perfect. I'm struggling to come up with a good criticism because it's like, it's not a helpful review stream if I just say it was perfect, but that was really, really well done. Like, yeah, like, I can see where it would have been more exciting if there had been a monster. Like, because you had to switch from monster to Eldritch. But, like, you probably wouldn't have been able to execute on the monster with the time that you had. Which is why it was smart for you to do it the way you did. And I thought that the flesh pillar was fine as a conclusion. I was scared as the doors were opening. It was a little bit less scary when I actually got the bad ending, and it just says, you know, oh, you've been possessed, you've been taken over by presence beyond your comprehension. But in the moment, as the doors are opening and you have to destroy the flesh pillar, that was very tense. I want to see what you do next, and I want to see how you execute on having more gameplay, because I think that would be, like, that's the only place where you have to go, right? Like, the visuals are perfect, the story is great, but, like, what if there was combat? What if there's, like, a survival mechanic? It could be really interesting. I started modeling a monster. Yeah, modeling something from scratch for a map labs is crazy. It's going to take forever. The pipeline to rig, animate, and program it was daunting. Yeah, I'll bet. Like, I think your best bet would be take one of the existing NPCs and try to model and rig a creature that you can use the same activities. Like, have a model that fits an existing creature, like a zombie or an antlion or something, so that you can use what's already there and kind of build off of that. But you could also do it entirely in VScript with like some basic NPC and then add functions onto it in VScript. But that's like an entire challenge's worth of work for just the monster. You think Permaneo will become a series? I could see that. That could almost be its own mod by itself. Definitely more of an art guy than a programmer. Next time I want something that's got gameplay loop to it. You'll see come January. Yeah, I've heard there's going to be another Map Labs in January. I'm excited to see what that is. I think I'm going to play the next one. I'm trying to think of more things to say while you're here. But that covers it pretty well, I think. That was an incredible map. Thank you again for entering. This next one is called Shadow Waltz by Swag GCP. Why does that sound familiar? Shadow Waltz, I think, might be a reference to Shadow Walker, which is a map that I made. I'm excited to see this. Taking a break from Discord for a while, I checked Twitch and see this recommended on the sidebar. Hi, Beef Bacon. Welcome. It's really good to see you here. I'm reviewing all the entries now. I've been hearing so many incredible things about your entry. I can't wait to play it. Oh, actually, would you like me to skip to Outbreak right now since you're watching? Cheers, dude. Gotta get back to work, but I'll watch the VOD tonight. Peace. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Ross. It's been good. Beef Bacon, if you'd like, I could totally skip ahead to Outbreak. Wait just a second. And I'm just chilling out. Don't need to skip or anything. Would you, like, if you're watching now, would you have time to watch Outbreak? I wouldn't mind it. I'm looking for an excuse to play Outbreak. I did want to see Shadow Waltz, but I want to make sure that if you're here, that you have the time to play your entry. Yeah. I remember I was watching Lucia's stream, and he said that Outbreak is the best map for Half-Life 2 that he's ever played, which is kind of incredible because his entire YouTube channel is playing maps, right? I've been hearing really good things. Blixabon messaged me and told me to play Outbreak. Stick around, don't have anything to do tonight or tomorrow. Yeah, sure. I'll play it next. We're gonna skip ahead to Outbreak by Beef Bacon. Here's Sector 3 Depot and investigate cause of system failures. I like how okay. There's gonna be so much to comment on right off the bat. What are we firing at? Antlions. Okay. Okay, I didn't even have time to comment on that. There's so much. Outbreak status confirmed. Where am I? They're dead already? Because they're useless. Command and proceed with objective. Biopsy stem cauterize. Oh, the pistol will recharge its ammunition. Okay. So, lots of thoughts right off the bat. First of all, I noticed that the SMG model looks a little bit different. It's got like a snub barrel on it. I'm not sure. Yeah, the reload looks different too. So I think these are custom animations on the SMG. It's using, I think, C arms from Map Base 8, or maybe this is just a unique view model that has arms on it. And I've been hearing things about this sidearm Hellmine Soldier has. It's interesting that it recharges similar to the Pulse Pistol in EZ2. I really like this design. I think somebody was saying that this is like a better design than the Pulse Pistol. I'm partial to the Pulse Pistol, but I really like how unique this is. The sound is really beefy too. That's cool. Looks like something out of Men in Black. I mean, to me it looks like the AR2 condensed down into a pistol form factor, which I think is exactly what it's supposed to be. I wanted to comment how the dropship has soldier beds in the side of the carrier, the drop pod. I thought that was cool. They really filled out the shape too. This environment is neat. Oh, look at the water. The raindrops. That's super cool. Very moody with these lights shining down. I don't know which version of the map this is. There may or may not be a crumb of extra health and things. All the weapons are custom. Arms are sort of custom too, but ultimately very similar to the C arms. Nice. Old Church Hospital. I wonder where this is set. Like, is this in a country near where City 17 is, or is this somewhere else in the world? Got a helicopter, a hunter chopper, rather. Pistol is in slot 1, which kind of makes sense, because I don't think we're going to get a melee weapon. Also, I just realized the pistol lights up when you turn the flashlight on. Same with the SMG, that's super cool. I just noticed something massive missing? Oh no. You want to say what it is, or would that be spoilers? If it is spoilers, I understand if you don't want to say. Glow stick. That glow stick is just a really tiny fluorescent light, and I love that. It's awesome. I never would have thought to do that. I see there's a hole over here where the antlions were burrowing. I want to look around the area first before I go down there. Building is so, like, imposing. It's kind of scary. I noticed, like, the rain effect. There's, like, a mist coming from the rain. I don't know how you did that in Source Engine. It must be, like, a particle, right? It looks really good. It's a model that's supposed to be looming over the outside. Oh, is it like a Combine type of thing? Oh, man. Charger... like a Combine charger or something? Out of juice. APC's rolled up. Oh. These bricks have, like, definition to them. The heck? Is this whole thing a mesh? Because I don't think that's, like, displacement mapping. Based on the lighting. This looks like it's like a static mesh. I might be able to get away with a fast compile. I just have to enable a viz group. Oh no, you shouldn't do a fast compile for this. Is this wall like mesh based? How did you do like the definition on here? Because this wall is just a flat plane, I can tell. This one looks like, if it was a modern engine, I would think it was like displacement mapping or something, but I think this is just like a big prop. It looks really, really good. Entity only compile, that makes sense. Corners are models. That's really cool. I was gonna say this is a Counter-Strike prop. Nope, that's an episode 2, I think. PC unit. Alright, I'm looking at way too many things. Jump down. I love how the flashlight comes from the weapons. It's such a neat detail, because it's like that in Left 4 Dead. Got our HUD hint for the pistol again. Huge deal, doesn't break the map or anything, but it was the first thing I noticed. Can I ask what the model was I was missing? I'm curious. Just the depot. Oh, because the depot was mentioned in the intro text. Is this meant to be the same depot as the Nova Prospect depot? I assume this is like a different location. Maybe I shouldn't ask that. 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 See it? See it? Berg. This is a custom texture for the Combine. Well, usually they're not red like that. Structure filling a similar purpose to Nova Prospect, based on the assumption that each sector has a depot, and Nova Prospect is the most... That makes sense. So this is a place like Nova Prospect, but it's not Nova Prospect. Perfect sense. I get the sense this might be in a different part of the world from Nova Prospect Half-Life 2, but I'm not sure yet. Like I'm being very dumb. Don't tell me. Oh, wait. Around to that door. Looks like the flashlight is infinite as well, which I really like. Appreciate that. I don't really like flashlights running out. That's spooky. That's also a custom Combine door. What? That looks crazy. So cool. Doors are by Sassy Ross. What? So how did he make that for something else and then you used it, or did you like reach out to him to make those? Ross was just here watching his entry. Locate and reform with remaining stabilization team members. Coagulate, contain, inoculate. It'd be cool to hear the Overwatch voice for that. Doesn't make sense that it's all in your head. I also like just the way that's stylized with the underscores. Looks very fitting for the Combine. Wait, I saw you. I saw that guy. It? Did you see it? Top 5. Oh, I think my chat froze. Uh-oh. Yeah. My OBS chat froze. Hi, Steve. Glad you could stop by. This map looks amazing. It does. Beef Bacon says it's on the. I have to look this way and talk that way. It's kind of bad. It's on the asset thing in the Discord, and yeah, I did want to have the Overwatch voice, but I have to use. Oh yeah, don't do that. Yeah, it's probably better to have it as text. Yeah, that's cool that it's on the asset share. I should really check that more often. Draw a red circle and an arrow pointing to it. I should have something for streams to do that. Like where I can click somewhere on the screen and have a little red circle with an arrow. I'm not gonna follow the creepy old man, and I'm gonna go up here instead. I'm imagining already that thing that I saw is gonna be like Jeff from Half-Life Alyx. Like that's what it's gonna be. It's going to be a person who's been infested by 3D biometrics corrupted. Bypasses necessary. Oh, can't get through the shield wall. It's gonna be someone who's been infested with Zen mold, Zen fungus. I need like a grenade to get through that. No grenades for my SMG yet. I don't think that's up to code. Oh, the mold man. Oh, that scared me. That was a good false scare. Oh, stalker. What's it gonna do? I think it's gonna like fix this terminal, maybe? Help. Like I need an energy ball to open this. I think I'm gonna take that review and progress text off the screen. Realized, I think we all know that. I'll leave the watermark for the Map Labs though. Fix the issue now. I'll upload it later. It's only minor, but it looks a bit scuffed. You know, I can understand that being a big deal for you because it's part of the setting, you know. If the map is supposed to be set at the depot, you want to be able to see the depot. I think that's pretty important for like the visual identity of the map. I totally get it. Hey, that's powered off. Grenades, I need those. A little bit of Metroidvania design here. Can't see anything out these windows. Expecting the mold man to be around the corner. I like that these are unoccupied soldier beds, right? Like the Combine soldiers would have their heads in the scenes. You don't usually see them without someone occupying it. The model clips massively with the map, so I had to disable the viz group when I'm editing. Oh, that makes sense. Oh. That Combine soldier infested with Zen. Hey, buddy. Oh, it's a husk. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, there's more. Oh, no. Oh, boy. I'm gonna die. How many of them? I wasn't expecting that. Whoa. Over Prospect theme. One of them had its helmet removed. Right, that's fun. See what that looks like. Oh, that's freaky. Looks like just like in Half-Life Alyx, these ones have their eyes are replaced with implants. So it looks like this one has so much Zen growth over it, we can't really tell. Scary. Pretty low on health now. I fumbled that encounter. Oh boy. Oh, I see their biometrics are working, but mine isn't. Let's see how it is. Oh. I was too distracted by the models. I like how their eyes are flickering. I did a lot better that time around. Oh, this one wasn't a Combine. It's like one of the citizens. Ooh, that's nasty. I think these are basically similar to what Jeff was in Half-Life Alyx. People infested by the funguses from Zen. Fungi. Very close quarters. Drop a grenade in here. Got it. I like how the light casts a shadow. It's got a projected texture light. Lights are flickering. Wonder if the flickering lights means I'm already infected. Like, unlike Nova Prospect, this place used to be a hospital. I guess it did say, I can't remember the name of the place, but it said hospital up front. Return to Ravenholm vibe? Yeah, it's because it's an abandoned hospital and it has, like, Zen infested non-headcrab zombies in it. these piles of bricks from the wall being taken down like that. Very detailed destruction. Soldiers had their VR beds in here too. Return. This asset from Sassy Ross as well. I think it's the same door. This looks like his kind of styling. The icon printed on the door. Oh, I got an AR2. If I can find an energy ball for the AR2, I can probably open this. Included several skins. Nice. Oh, I like that there's a supply symbol on the locker too. That's a neat little asset, so people know if there's something in the locker or not. Ah, an energy ball dispenser. Ooh. Unidentified xenobiotic infestation. Continue biopsy. Oh, wow. Look at all this. Very Half-Life Alyx. It's still alive. The stalker. Been infested. Oh, I can't shoot him. Those guys are infested. I can throw grenades through this, but I don't think there's anything I can blow up. Ow. Almost out of ammo for my AR2 already. I noticed that this AR2 model is a little bit different. Top part looks thinner. I think it's because it's fully 3D. It's not like the one in Half-Life 2. Ah, oh, ow. Oh, goodness. That was unexpected. Oh, I'm curious about that as well. Soundtrack is really good. Good ambience. Beef Bacon, what's your process for starting a map like this? Like, where do you start? I'm really curious. By Zenate. Well, didn't he make a soundtrack for a mod that I played? I feel like that name is really familiar. It's just like the laundry room in Half-Life Alyx. Boom Donuts, which mod was that? New Times. Yeah, the New Times soundtrack was really good. Oh, man. I start with a sort of mental concept art and then build around that. That's such a frustrating answer. Like, don't we all? That's good though. Hi Red. We're playing Halloween Horror 7. Right now we're playing Outbreak by Beef Bacon. I don't trust this elevator shaft. Beef Bacon is a wizard. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I asked him how he comes up with his ideas for maps, or how he starts the process, He said, you know, I think of an idea and then I make it. I like how, see, one thing that you did in this map that I find really clever is that you use scaling on props to turn props into other things. Like, this is the typical electric box prop, but you used it as the greebles on top of the elevator by scaling it down. I never think to do that. Yeah, I do that too, yeah. Do I have to jump down there? That seems like not the right way to go. Really it? I feel like I'm gonna fall. Okay, I'm fine. I've got a bad feeling about this. Where's this wheelchair prop from? I feel like I've seen that around. Oh no, it's mold lions. Moldy ant lions. The moldy ant lions are probably allied with the moldy combine. Left 4 Dead. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Left 4 Dead and Counter-Strike are just a gold mine of assets. Goldmine, yeah. Or just squelching. He's not dead. Can't convince me he's dead. Old Zen Infestation. Yeah, it's Zen Infestation, but it's like the mold from Resident Evil. What? Are they draining power? Oh, I see. Is that a Zen grenade? Of the Half-Life Alyx variety? For what I can use this for. Oh, what do you mean about the console? I feel like this pellet that I have has energy. Oh, how to use it. Oh, I can use it to absorb energy. These models are so cool. Console mini screen is a very vivid red, but the screen is a pinkish desaturated red. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I like this red flashing screen though. Gives a sense of danger. At least one of these guys is gonna come to life and attack me. Can't convince me otherwise. Kids. I've always seemed to use very desaturated colors. That's true. Oh, that is. I've got an energy pellet. Oh, shotgun. Ooh. I knew it. I knew it. This shotgun reminds me of the Entropy 02 shotgun. I don't think it is because that button on the side is bigger, but the way that the Entropy 02 shotgun was made is that it used part of the model from the from Left 4 Dead 2. I think that's what this is doing too. It's using Left 4 Dead 2's model and then custom animations. The animations look really good too. It robbed you because you 100% shot that one in the head. Yeah. Sometimes that happens with things pretending to be dead. It's the Half-Life 2 shotgun but slightly shortened. Really? There's nothing on the back end of it? Where did you get the animations? Did you make all the animations for these? They're really cool. I made all animations, including those for the zombies. That's a crazy amount of work. Guy isn't infected, so I wonder if he's one of the people I was supposed to group up with. Yeah, that's a good question about ambient occlusion. I'm curious too, because the lighting is so good in this map. Like, it's... How do I describe it? Like, soft lighting. I think ambient occlusion is good. Maybe not, though, because I don't see that, like... Ambient occlusion, I'd expect to see, like, a dark line there on the edge where 2 brushes meet. That looks really good. Mandatory. Infection risk extreme. Quarantine impossible. Total euthanization prescribed. Locate and activate auxiliary power system. I wonder if that means I have to blow up this place. Ivira does have AO, but I can't remember which one it is. I think I know what you're talking about. That's... Do you use Hammer++? Just out of curiosity. What's your hammer of choice? Don't mind my asking. This room is so moody. This looks like the Half-Life Alyx trailer. Especially like the goop on the floor, like the way just the shadows on it. Use ++, yeah, I think regular hammer would explode if I tried to open this. Yeah, I think so. You use a lot of meshes too. You like make all those meshes yourself, like as models first and then export them, or is there some kind of process of like making them fit the environment? This does look so much like Half-Life Alyx. Look at the like volumetrics here. Like, how did you do that? Like, I don't know how you did that. I wasn't originally going to use so many meshes. It was going to be displacements. Yeah, that's what I normally think of for Half-Life 2 mapping. So, like, this adds a degree of like detail that makes it look like a newer game. Point spotlights with a custom beam texture? Real? No way. Really? Looks so good. This guy is still alive. He's not moldy. I don't think I can do anything for him. Maybe his life support had shut off. Connected to the power in that thing. Anything else I need to do around here before I descend the scary ramp? Scary basement. Flashlight is on the front again. A lot more around here. Like there's more. Go down in the scary basement. Crazy how pretty you can make Source look. Yeah. For an engine this old, like, this has so much of the vibe of games that came out more recently. But I already went down here, didn't I? Yeah, I think this is where I came from. Although now I have some AR2 balls, so I can open these ways. Charge up my suit. Very Half-Life Alyx coded. I agree. It's this, like, sort of cyan light. Sort of soft light. Half-Life 2 does that in places as well. Just the whole environment with the level of detail, the like bricks falling out of the walls, the Zen goop, like everything about this looks visually like Half-Life Alyx. But it uses a lot of combine lamps. Yeah, exactly. Going. I think I got lost. came from here, I think. I did a loop at some point. I am hopelessly lost, I think. I feel like I've already been through here. Okay. This is the reception area. I got the shotgun. Grenades in this one, but I don't think I can get in there. This one. Been moving into more of the soft lighting style. I think you can tell the difference from chapter 2 to chapter 1. I can't recall off the top of my head, but it's interesting. Like, when you say soft lighting, how do you typically do that? Is that like you use lots of like sort of dim point lights to try to illuminate the whole space, like fill lights? Or how do you typically try to achieve soft lighting? That's one technique I learned, was to have like very dim point lights to kind of give like brighten up the shadows in a room. Chapter 2 had a lot of harsh lighting. Sometimes I really like sharp lighting, like harsh shadows. I like the Doom 3 look. I don't know if games like that. So I like using projected textures for that. That's not always what you want, right? I'm actually, like, seriously lost. In fact. Backseating yet. Yeah, I'm just keep going in circles. I've already been here. I've already been here. Yeah, okay. I'm doing a loop. Loop. Yeah, okay, so I went down here where that lobby area. So we got into that lobby area. I recognize this prop. That's from Left 4 Dead. Playing a lot with the light spot and light with high constant value to fill the area with a more dim light. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's a good way to do it. Oh, maybe through here. This looks like a new area. I think I was here earlier, but I turned around because I wanted to try to explore the other areas first. That was a drop down, so we're probably in a new part of the map. Oldie antlion. So those stalkers that spit antlion goop remind me of an enemy from the Scorn-inspired map. I think it was called Beneath the Shelled Skies. I think that was also a beef bacon map, right? Or was it? Yeah, I think so. Oh, the shotgun holds 10 shells, I just realized. That's good. It also reminds me of one of the enemies in Dead Space a little bit. Those things that are like stuck to the walls. This is cool. How do I activate this light bridge? Follow the I see. Power pellets. Maybe it sounds from Portal 2? They sound like Citadel sounds to me, but I could be wrong. I see. No longer draining the power. Oh, there's a live Combine soldier. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Oh, I'm dead. That was ridiculous. My bad. My bad, guys. Sorry. Left 4 Dead 2 and Portal 2 is the holy grail of sound effects. You're right. I really don't use enough assets from those games and maps. Guys. Oh. Why? Why'd you do that? Wasn't very nice. They die from cringe. I met up with my squad and they died of cringe. No. You're a Combine. Yeah, this is Outbreak by Beef Bacon and we're playing as a Combine soldier. I think here we're activating this generator. Oh. Bad sign. Scary. Custom like impact effects guns too. Oh, I think it's when they die they have like a spore cloud. Really cool. That guy was holding a shotgun. A defense section. Just have to hold out. Sorry. Auxiliary power restored. Locate teleporter apparatus. Oh, there's a teleporter here. A little unusual. Wouldn't think there would be one unless this is like later on. I wish I had an extra AR2 ball. I could have gotten some ammo here. Well. If there's anything else I can scavenge around here first before I move on. I think maybe I can take down this energy field with the pellet from earlier. So it fell. I probably fell. Volumetric spotlights, yeah. I just can't believe how good this map looks, like consistently. Or how large of a map it is. Like an entire mod. Don't know if I want to drop down there yet. Your clips channel in your Discord? I think people just post them in the media channel. I wouldn't be opposed to adding a channel for that, though. I also really appreciate it when people clip. I will say that. Helps me out a lot. Okay, I looped back. Back to the same area. My objective. I think that drop down that I was commenting on earlier is actually a place I've already been. I see. Now that I powered up the generator, I can use this door. I just realized that the SMG holds 50 rounds. All the guns are slightly tweaked. I like that. A Nova prospect setting made by Beef Bacon would look insane. I think this is much better than that, actually. Because it's a place that's like Nova Prospect, but it's a unique location with a unique, own unique style, you know? This is Beef Bacon's Nova Prospect. It's like a entirely new, unique thing. Or AR2 pellets. Yeah, now that you know about the spotlights, you keep seeing them. They add so much atmosphere to the map. It really feels like volumetrics. Crazy what you can do with what's in Source. I use grenades. Gotta be something to blow up. Is HLA features a lot of volumetric lighting. I try to mimic using sprites. Yeah, it's cool to see what you can do with just sprites and spotlights and conventional effects to achieve the same look as a volumetric light. Like right there. Up, up, up. There it is. And up there. Maybe there's more doors that have opened now that the power is on. Take a look around. Oh. Door can be opened now. Teleporter apparatus. This is what I'm supposed to find. Surprised this place has a teleporter, so this must be set around the same time as Half-Life 2. Initiate fatal dark energy recursion. Extract if possible. Surprised they want me to extract. Don't they think I would be infected? I better hold off for now until I get some supplies. I have a feeling once I start this thing, there's gonna be waves of enemies. That to get into here. Logical contradictions on the Portal 2 up. Looks like this map. Interesting. I have to check it out. Start it up. Something bad's about to happen. I can feel it. Just eating my comments. Oh, wait. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't see your comments on Twitch at all. Sorry about that, Beef Bacon. I noticed earlier that some of my chats weren't showing up in OBS, but I thought they were still showing up in Twitch. Prioritize targets very carefully. Oh boy. I didn't anticipate anything. I was writing essays. I'm sorry. I don't know what causes that. Because they don't even show up on Twitch. It's not just an OBS thing that time. The mold's supposed to be like the flood. It is kind of similar. I would say it's not uniquely a Halo thing. Is Twitch being Twitch? I have that problem a lot on the mobile version of Twitch, where it will stop, like stop sending my messages. I usually don't have that on desktop, but it does happen. Ammo. I can get in. Oh boy. Oh boy. I can use this thing to get through that force field. Not this force field though. This force field. Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, I can use this Air 2 ball to get into that cache room over there. That's gonna help. Being irradiated. That's about to explode. Am I not going to be able to use the teleporter? Seems like I just have to escape now. They're on fire. I just need to get out of here. I'm not going to be able to use that teleporter. That was a scare. Get out of here. Oh, soldiers. Oh, they're dead. You guys gonna have a heart attack? No, okay, we're gonna make it out. Oh, okay. One more holdout. Running low on it. Oh, the jumping animations on these guys. Awesome. not gonna make it. Oh. Dropship. Come on, I'm right here. Oh, this looks so cool. Alright, I got so distracted. I'm not gonna make it. Wait, can I set them on fire? Set this guy on fire. Feels like I'm playing Helldivers too. Okay. Let's get out of here. Ah, it's so cool. Whoa. I assume that was supposed to be the depot over there. That was sick. Help in additional models by Sassy Ross, additional music by Zunate. That was incredible. That was so much fun. Couldn't you have just taken the helicopter and left? I mean, you'd have to spin up the rotors and like get into the helicopter. You probably could have, but I don't know if it was fueled up and ready to go. Helldivers 2 was 100% the vibe I'm going for, so I'm pleased you got that. Yeah, it was great. Do a little bit of reviewing. This was called Outbreak. Visuals, I see just giving it a straight 100. I mean, the amount of custom assets and like bespoke assets, like the brick model on the outside of the building, the Zen infestation, and the custom models for the NPCs, the custom animations. I mean, that's just crazy work. One thing is that I did get lost in the map quite often because it was non-linear, because it was like a Metroidvania. I liked the skybox, even though there was the missing depot. I especially liked how the skybox changed when the portal was activated near the end. Music was really good too. I liked the custom music. I was able to play through without getting stuck. New and existing gameplay mechanic. Entirely new weapons, entirely new NPCs. The main mechanic was the energizing spore thing. That was like, you could use that to get through shield walls, and then also there were the Arrow 2 sockets that you can use to get into supply caches. There are lots of new mechanics. The story was very self-explanatory. It's about this depot that's been infested by Zen spores, and it's similar to Nova Prospect. There was a bug. There was the bug. Well, it's not exactly a bug. It is probably designed, but I noticed when the Combine soldiers were given the become ragdoll input because they weren't supposed to be part of the combat encounter, and I did think that that was kind of lame. When those Combine soldiers just ragdolled, I wanted to fight with them. So that's a very tiny thing, but I feel like I need to nitpick. When the quality of this is so high, I feel like the small criticisms are more important. Absolutely had a blast playing. Emotions. I was scared. There were some good jump scares. I was in awe. I was curious. I just thoroughly enjoyed the whole thing. I've never seen those soldiers survive before, so that was probably like a fail-safe in case they do survive, right? I wish you would have just let them live in that area, you know, see how far they can get. I would say it's well-paced. I mean, if I have to criticize, if I have to be critical about something, I think the Metroidvania design of like the hub made it hard for me to know where to go. Like there were times where I knew that there was a new objective, but I just got in like a loop of going through the same rooms over and over again. And so that got kind of confusing. I think that's a natural problem to have if you have like an open sort of non-linear Metroidvania kind of design, which I really appreciate. I'm happy to see it. That was like the one point of criticism that I would have. I think it's because you used the AR2 alt fire and insta-killed the 1000 HP zombies that were supposed to hone in on. Oh, I see. I also wish I hadn't done that because then I didn't have the AR2 ball to get into the cache. Do I mention in the review that I got stuck? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's really a I didn't get stuck. I just went through the same rooms a few times. It didn't really hinder the experience. Let's look at the actual grid. So the grid for Outbreak is these three and these two. Are, I believe, Unruly Weather, Agonist Easily Defeated, Monster, Background or Subtle Scares, and Space or Everyday. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, that doesn't... I don't know if that fits the grid very well. A minor criticism, but... Like... I can say right away, the Monster card... Personally, it didn't stick to my grid very well, not to talk myself out of a high score. Yeah. So the judges aren't supposed to judge on the grid, which I think was smart. For my reviews, I'm trying to judge based on how well it uses the grid. I don't know if that's a good way to review. It's something that I'm kind of testing out on this stream. Like, do I want to review based on how well it matched the criteria, or do I want to review based on other things? But I think the Monster, I can say, was well executed, because the Monster was the fungus itself, which infested all these different NPCs and made new enemies. I thought that was very well implemented, as well as background or subtle scares. Had the background scares before you have the reveal of the mold men, being them like around corners and stuff. That is trope 2. Trope 1 is Unruly Weather. I mean, the rain outside was really good. It was really moody, but it didn't really impact the story, so I'm gonna say that is a... Setting is Space or Everyday. I don't really feel like that was Everyday, honestly. I mean, I guess you could say Zen is from space, but I'm actually gonna mark that down. This feels sacrilegious, but hospital is an everyday setting. That's true, but it doesn't feel everyday when it's like a Half-Life 2 kind of setting. It's a Combine taking over building, abandoned building, and then Antagonist Easily Defeated. I don't think that's true. That's a bonus, but I don't think that's true. It was easily defeated in the sense that it was dealt with, but it wasn't easy. I don't know. That score is criminal. It's because of this category. I think I'm going to adjust that. That does not feel fair that it got a lower score than Permaneo. It definitely should have been higher than that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not happy with that one. We'll figure out the scores later, but for some written feedback, I want to say, almost always ignore bonus challenges. That's fair. They're not judged by the judges, so it makes perfect sense to usually completely forget about them. I always like to try to do all the challenges, and I think that is a mistake. You want to focus on what the map is really about, and I think you did that really well. Word wrap on this. There's been a few times when I've wanted to do the bonus challenge and then just forgot to do it. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, there's not much time, and I'm still trying to understand how you can make something like Outbreak within the amount of time that we have. You know, like, that was 4 weeks, but that was like an entire game, like an entire Steam mod. Like, that's crazy. decided ahead of time I wanted to do some Zen stuff, and so I had all those assets lined up already. Not all of them, but a lot of them. That makes sense. Like, building an asset library is something that can help, like, save time, but, like, to the extent that you're able to do all of this, I just don't understand it. Like, that's just a crazy amount of work to make an environment like that. Like, it's awesome. I was dissatisfied with how I did Zen overgrowth for a previous entry, and I wanted to improve on that aspect specifically. Which entry was that? Because I know you did one entry that focused on Zen growth, but I'm struggling to remember which one it was. In fact, I think those assets found their way into Entropy 02. I was, I was gonna mention that. I didn't know if I should, but I think that map was the one that Breadman referenced for his Zentarium map. Place in the West. I was the only entrant? Really? No way. I don't think I played that one, and I want to play it now, especially because I haven't read all of A Place in the West. That's probably why I never played it. I want to read the rest of it. I got through like maybe 5 of the chapters. I stopped reading for whatever reason. But that's such an awesome idea for a challenge. It makes me sad that nobody else entered. Got folded into another comp. I don't remember which. Oh, I see. So, yeah, so for that entry, a lot of those Zen assets did find their way into Entropy 02. I think Breadman reached out to you because he wanted to use them in the map that we call Zentarium, which is the end of Chapter 4A. Will these assets make their way into another Entropy 0? I'd like it, actually. I was probably going to reach out to you separately whenever that happens, but I am definitely interested. Somebody said the same thing about the Pulse Pistol. They were showing off your version of the Pulse Pistol and saying like this is like a better take on the Pulse Pistol. And I was like, I don't know, I like the Pulse Pistol. You know, it's kind of unique looking, but I do really like this design, and I have a specific idea for it, like how if you are open to these assets being used elsewhere, I would be really interested. No promises at this point, but I definitely, there's like a specific way that it could be used in Exxon Pariah that I'm interested in. I feel bad about my scorecard. Like, that just straight up didn't work. Like, Outbreak should be a 100, right? I think I was deliberately trying to find anything I could, like, take points off for, because I know that it is, like, at the top of the list. But I think it kind of overcorrected, because the category for how well did you fit the theme shouldn't negatively impact the score as much as it does. Part of it. And also I marked it as having a bug, but that was a really minor bug. I don't know. I'm gonna have to address my scoring system, I think. At some point, you did say you were testing out your newish ranking system. Exactly, yeah. I want to take some notes from this and adapt the ranking system. Maybe before Saturday, I can change it and make it a little bit better. At some point, I should upload some of these assets for people to use rather than having everyone ask permission. That would be awesome. That'd be incredible for mappers. I think there was some interest in the dropship interior. Yeah, I noticed that right away. The dropship looks so good. Oh, hi, Steve. I didn't know you were still watching. What did you think of Outbreak? You think it was pretty spooky? The most nitpicky thing that I could say about Outbreak is I really didn't like the teleporter. Because, and this is just like such a nerd thing, but because the teleporter in Nova Prospect is supposed to be unique, something that Dr. Mossman was working on that wasn't finished. And I guess you could say that this teleporter in this other depot is like to be part of the same effort. Like they were building teleporters in multiple depots that were going to be part of a network. That kind of makes sense. But I don't know. Whenever I see a teleporter in a map, I always think like, wait, teleporter is supposed to be really special in Half-Life 2. Could there really be one here? But I understand why it is there, because for one thing, it's something players understand from Nova Prospect, and this is supposed to be like Nova Prospect. It also just makes a simple like objective for like a holdout area. Like makes perfect sense. But the total like nerd in me, like, could there be a teleporter there? Yes, there probably should be. I really like the Zen mold. Is another thing, like it follows Half-Life Alyx so well, and I thought that was a really cool idea that Half-Life Alyx introduced with Zen spores taking over everything. Very different from what's in Half-Life and Half-Life 2, but in a good way. I think it's a good addition to the lore. That final holdout with all the Combine soldiers on your side was so cool. Even though you can't like command them, they don't really like interact with you. Fighting alongside them felt really good with the new enemies. Isn't the whole reason the Combine arrived on Earth because they were after teleporter technology? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to. It was originally going to be yet another generator like the main generator, but there's so many generators that it would be confusing. That makes perfect sense. It's like using the teleporter makes it a landmark that players can recognize, so they're not going to get confused between like, oh, the main generator and the other generator. That completely makes sense. Yeah, spooky, love the vibe, but I'm afraid I'll have to play a similar game. You're afraid you'll have to play a similar game? I'll head out soon, but it was fun watching. The creatures were scariest. Yeah! Glad you liked it. Oh, you're afraid you'll have to play a similar game because you said you liked the vibe. Yeah. Can't take it back anymore. I have so many spooky games to play. I can't believe that's only 3 maps in. There's also supposed to be more hospital exploration in a huge underground cavern. Ended up cutting a lot, but honestly it might have been too long with all that left in. Yeah. I do think that might have hurt the pacing. I think you have it. It was just about perfect the way it was. Like, the underground cavern would have been cool for variety, but it's already such a long map that I don't think you need it anymore. This has been a banger of a Map Labs. Yeah, we're 3 maps in. I have so much more to play. I should play the next one. What time is it? I was planning on streaming until midnight. It's currently 10:30. So actually, we're pretty much... I started at 8. Been 2.5 hours. And we did 3 entries. That's not bad. We're playing the longer entries in the competition. I think I better start with the next one. One more thing before I do. I just want to look at the engagement scores on the grid. I don't know. It's not right there. Really just this column that made it. If I do that one at 100, wow, that makes a big difference. I think that's the problem with my score system, is that just one category brings it down from a 100 to a 5. That doesn't seem right. It really doesn't seem right. I'll have to revisit that later. I wanted the puzzles to be a bit more complex as well, but opted for just making everything very simple, partly due to time constraints, partly because some people can get frustrated with puzzles. I think that was really smart. I thought the puzzles were just about the right level of complexity for a Half-Life game. A lot of Map Lab's challenge entries go for more of like a puzzle game, point and click, like Ross's entry that we were playing earlier. But I think simple puzzles work best for this kind of gameplay, so people don't get stuck on one puzzle. I thought that was excellent. I'm gonna stand up for a little bit. I'm gonna take a quick be right back and stretch, and then we'll move on to the next entry. Puzzles are always so hard to balance difficulty-wise. It needs to be tricky enough to solve, but simple enough to not kill momentum. Exactly. It's hard. If your puzzle is too complicated, it can be really frustrating. Yeah, but I will be right back. Stay tuned. Thanks for staying tuned. Ready to play the next entry. I got some. I don't know if that's going to show up. Got some pumpkin pie soda to celebrate the map labs. Yeah, Outbreak. Incredible entry. I can see why Lucia said it was the best map ever made. The level of quality is unbelievable. Next, we're going to play a map called Shadow Waltz. Then I'll set the timer. Anything else I need to do before we get started? Ready. Play Shadow Waltz. Picking up. Got some bunk beds here. All kind of situation. Sleep here. Where are we? To the Ravenholm skybox. Vending machine to barricade the door. Fine. Like some kind of puzzle. Need to do here. It's kind of spooky. That actually got me. Okay. I have no weapons, so we've got nothing to deal with this Shadow Walker. Classic, yeah. We can't crouch, though. A key card. Oh, that's for the door upstairs. Found him. Going. Oh, this is where he first... Monster closet he came out of. Realize something. Does my microphone sound okay today? Rat foiled again. Shadow Walker, probably. Oh, we can get through that door. Sounds fine to me. Okay. Didn't have my microphone software running, if that matters. Soundscapes are very subtle, but I like that sound of like the wind and wood creaking. Didn't see that Shadow Walker, by the way. What did that fix? Hopefully something else didn't break. You sound fine. Oh, thanks. And don't worry too much about the fix. I mean, I even though the depot wasn't there, like I definitely got the idea. I do think it'll be cool to have that fixed for future releases, though. Hello. Beef Bacon is now following. Thanks, Beef Bacon. Appreciate it. I'm really glad you could join. Your maps are always like I always say, they're like entire games in a Map Labs challenge. And I always wonder like how, I mean, we already talked about it, but like how you can pull that off, you know, like what's the technique? I feel like I can never get a map like where I want it to be within the time frame. Expecting that door to burst down when I walk up to it. Be something with that door for sure. Crowbar. Get a key card to get through the exit. Another one of these boxes to crawl through. Probably going to be threats in here. I like how it just threw that ragdoll. It kind of got me a little bit, but it was also very silly. The best kind of jump scare is when it's a little bit silly and it still scares you. Oh no. Looks like this was like some rebels were refuge in this building. Following me. Is there a key card in here that I missed? Card B. Must a high priority. Surprising to see you pop up. I got jump scared by a Cold Hard Steel 4 playthrough on YouTube. Yeah, I want to see more playthroughs of Map Labs. Honestly, I don't see enough recognition of all the creativity in the Map Labs community. I really like what this map is going for with the like old mansion vibe. It's very spooky. Look at this comically tall bookshelf with no books on it. Working hard or hardly working? I love how the painting over the fireplace is just the picture frame scaled up. I'm telling you, I'm really sleeping on scaled up props. Like, there's so much you can do just by changing the scale of a prop. I see, that's where we're supposed to go. That's good. Oh. I have one on a table here. I bet it's gonna come to life and attack me. Me after 50 beers. Yeah, me too. What that button did. Something. Golly is our biggest lifeline to the rest of the internet. Yeah, not a lot of streamers play it, and I think that's a shame. I feel like Map Labs doesn't advertise enough, I'm gonna be honest. Like, how would you even know that there's a new Map Labs challenge if not for the Discord? Don't really announce it off of Discord at all. I think we need more like YouTube trailers or Run, Think, Shoot, Live posts. I miss Run. Oh, he's in the closet. That was a good scare. These little makeshift cubicles for hospital beds. Ooh. Key card in there. And a crowbar. I need that. How do I get in? I do think that this map needs some music and some more ambient sounds. Like, it just feels too quiet. Even though there is a soundscape that I can hear, it's just, everything feels very quiet. Gun. This is just like the original Shadow Walker. Crowbar on the ground too. Am I wrong about that? Oh, there is. Okay. I have no HUD. There's supposed to be no HUD? I think their Twitter is pretty dormant. Not that I use Twitter anymore. Yeah, same here. That would probably be a good start. Yeah, I would post it on Blue Sky. I know I don't get as many like follows on Blue Sky, so I can understand why that might not be a super effective way to advertise, but it just needs to be on the internet somewhere other than Discord. Blue Sky would be a good starting point. YouTube for sure. You know, just a blog would be good. Maybe Twitter, although I don't like Twitter. I don't use Twitter. Oh, you mentioned Lambda Generation. Lambda Generation is perfect for that. I did post about it on I think I posted my Mechanophobia trailer. I think someone should have posted the actual challenge announcement on Lambda Generation. Oh no. Oh. That's why it's called Shadow Waltz. Can't really aim with no cursor easily. There we go. This is kind of fun. That isn't great, and Twitter is, yeah. Twitter. Interacting more with Lambda Generation sounds like a good idea. Yeah. Lambda Generation is very wholesome. You know, it's so... Because it's all based around, like, shared interest, the Half-Life series. I find it's just very genuine. Moving to Blue Sky improved my mood. Yeah, I mean, if it's moving to Blue Sky from Twitter, then yeah, absolutely. But I just find that there's not enough engagement on Blue Sky. Maybe I just don't use it enough. That's also possible. From Half-Life 2 Lost Coast. I like the way this looks. I think we can escape. It's gonna say you can't escape from Nightmare House. A good ending. I've been auto-modded. That's actually based. I'm gonna overrule auto-mod. Yeah, absolutely. I had 6 minutes left on the timer. That was called Shadow Waltz. That was a nice little map. I liked that. Overall, textures were pretty good. I liked the aesthetic of the mansion. The lighting was not super notable for me. Like, it was serviceable. I would say it had a unique aesthetic. This guy is pretty boring. Doesn't get nearly as much traffic. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah, I would say overall I liked the prop placement. There was that outdoor area. That was good. I liked how you could see like the outside of the building. Soundscapes, there were soundscapes, they were good, but there wasn't enough ambient sound. And there was very little music. I kind of want to give it... Okay, like the waltz at the end was so good, I do have to give it points for music, but maybe half points. Because I needed music during the map. The ending part was really good. Interesting geometry. It did have some box rooms. They had some good monster closets. But they did have some empty areas as well. I was able to play through. It had the new gameplay mechanic was the key cards. I didn't entirely understand the story. The amount of ads I'm getting on Twitch is insane. Way more than usual. I'm switching to YouTube. I'm sorry about that. I can't control the amount of ads. There's supposed to be a large ad break every hour, and it looks like there's one happening right now. Usually I try to proactively figure out when I can display ads so people don't miss anything. I haven't been doing that this time. Sorry about that. No bugs. I had fun. I thought it was really funny when the waltz started playing at the end. And I'd say overall it was well paced. Let's look at the grid. This one. Shadow Waltz was these two and these three. That is Scientific Screw Up, Ape Fake Out, a Monster, Manor, or Castle, and Everyone Survives, which is a bonus. They didn't do. They didn't do the bonus, which I think I should take that off of my scorecard because it's bonus, right? But I will say they didn't do the bonus. Monsters, you know, it's the Shadow Walker. It's been in other map labs, but it's like a common staple. Did they use it really well, though? How well did they use the Shadow Walker? They didn't have it moving through walls, which was the original idea in my map, but that's not really necessary, I don't think. I think they did a good job making it creepy and making it fit the environment. So I would give it points for that. Mansion was good. And the tropes were Scientific Screw Up and Escape Fake Out. The Fake Out was good. It wasn't like a complete fake out, though. It was like they faked it out, and then you did end up getting away in the end. And then the Scientific Screw Up was suggested by the Shadow Walkers on tables, but you never really got a full sense that that's what happened. That looked good. Yeah, that's fair. Shadow Waltz. First of all, I'm going to say the thing I appreciated about Shadow Waltz. I wish I put more time into the written reviews. I should probably, after this, kind of compile my thoughts and write like a more well thought out review of each. And I'm just going to write down whatever comes to mind because, you know, we're live on stream, we're playing the entries. They're more just notes for me. It was the sincerity of the mansion environment. Felt spooky and Halloween-y, not entirely serious. A little creepy. What it lacked the most was horror. Sound ambience, music, add tension. I'm on YouTube because Twitch was eating my comments. I'm sorry you guys have been having such a bad experience with Twitch today. No ads is nice too. Yeah, I prefer Twitch as a platform because I like all the interactions that you can do. I don't usually have issues with chat like we've been having today. Feeling hard-earned to add money. Yeah, don't worry about it. Usually, I focus on Twitch and I use YouTube just as sort of like a sort of like a live VOD. I would store my VODs on YouTube either way. And it's like, if people are on YouTube and they aren't on Twitch, you can see it there, but mostly I have the YouTube for the VODs. But I don't know, a lot of people do prefer it that way. You know what? I just realized something. I think my my grid is missing some squares because hold on. Didn't I have some squares for like having a satisfying conclusion? Oh no, I think I used the wrong scorecard. I was supposed to have a square for, like, this map had a satisfying conclusion. I think I used the one from Freeze 2 when I should have used the one from probably Operation FORCC. Personally prefer YouTube. I'm always having issues with Twitch. Having both at the same time is very nice. Yeah, I agree. I like multi-streaming. I just wish I wish Twitch was working better for people tonight. I do prefer the interactions on Twitch. Unfortunate about the comments about the app. I might have to redo these reviews. I think I missed some squares, and that would explain why my scores were so wonky. Because I had an entire set of squares about, like, did this map have a satisfying conclusion? Or, like, did the story have a complete arc? Things like that, which Outbreak did really well as well, and I think that's why I'm, like, missing out on the engagement score. I think it's important for maps to have, like, some kind of a conclusion. I mean, my map did really badly this year. I'll leave the review at this for now. So, oh, it's 11 p.m. already. I was hoping to get through the first 6. I see we have 2 left. So we should be able to get through these 2. I'm a little bit worried that Sleeping Angel is going to take really long. We'll go for it. Right. How long ago was Freeze 2? It was 1 year ago, basically. November. I think maybe the judging was in December, but it was like November of 2024. On the topic of endings, you commented a couple times that the player would have gotten infected. I intended that to be the ending. Looking at your spory hand as you flew away. That would have been a great twist ending. I think that would have added a lot of horror vibe to the map, to the conclusion. I don't think it needed it. Like that outbreak, the holdout section at the end where you're fighting off the zombies with your soldiers and waiting for the dropship. That was so good. I think it was good the way it was, but yeah, that infection twist would have been awesome. They're both fairly quick in my experience. Okay, I'll do. Wait. I'll do Sleeping Angel next. On Saturday, I'll have to stream all of the, I think. Sleeping Angel is the next map. Oh no. Oh, I knew it was going to be Five Nights at Freddy's. I didn't expect it to be like this Five Nights at Freddy's though. What am I doing? What's happening? I can hear myself jumping. Power is going out. What's supposed to happen? Your HUD off. I wonder if the HUD's supposed to be off. The HUD not supposed to be off in this one. It wasn't, the HUD wasn't supposed to be off. Being porked. No, that's bad. That's especially bad because, like, I couldn't see if there's any, text in this map, and it also messed up the ending. I might need to reset map labs. Yeah, I'll do that right away. Not good. Sorry to the creator of Shadow Waltz for that. Looks better. Okay, click PC to open cameras. They move only when unwatched. Survive until. Oh, I see. Who's following me? Oh, Labras is raiding. Hi, Labras. Welcome, raiders. We're playing a mod called Map Labs Halloween Horror 7: The Grid 2. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no. Oh. Killed me. Hi, Labras. What did you stream? Power outage. Uh-oh. About to die. How do I get out of this? Jump space. What's jump space like? Let me, I'm gonna start this a second, actually. Angel. Let me introduce stream before we get started. The roguelike. Oh, interesting. Is it like a space roguelike? So, welcome in, raiders. If you do need to raid and run, I completely understand. You know, stream's going for a long time, so you might not be able to stick around, but I appreciate you stopping by and sharing your community with me. You manage a ship. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Is that like FTL? I wanted to say as well that we're playing Map Labs. So this is what this is it's a mapping challenge where mappers are given about, in this case it was 4 weeks, but they're given a limited amount of time and a theme, and they have to create a Half-Life 2 map that fits the theme. And then at the end, all of the maps are compiled into an anthology, which is what we're playing tonight. And so I'm playing through each of the maps and then I'm reviewing them. Shoot, gather, fly, and repair. Oh, it does sound like FTL. I love FTL, so I'd probably enjoy Jump Ship a lot. Did you enjoy it? Was it good? So this map is called Sleeping Angel, and this is supposed to be like Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's made in Half-Life 2. I don't know what the enemies are yet. Okay, this takes us back. The game a lot. Good to hear. Oh, we can actually increase our power. That's different. That's a deviation from the formula of Five Nights at Freddy's. So someone made this Five Nights at Freddy's clone within a limited time frame for the challenge. Pretty impressive. Is Jump Ship single player or is it a multiplayer game? I can't tell if I'm doing this right. 4 players. Oh, were you playing it solo or were you playing it as a collab? Friends. That sounds like fun. I'd like a multiplayer FTL type game. When you say you're managing a ship, is it like top down or is it like first person? The FNAF fan game that has a mechanic. I still haven't seen any monsters so far. I feel like when the props are moving, that's the monster. It's just me. It's like reverse prop hunt. FPS ship piloting is third. Oh, that sounds like fun. It sounds almost like Pulsar. Oops. Power outage. Sounds like Pulsar, or there's like a there's a VR chat world called Fate of the Herbloss that's supposed to be like FTL. I really, really like that one. Like a roguelike space ship management game. Like Herbloss. Ooh, I might have to check that out. That is my favorite VR chat game. Hands down. Oh, I just heard something. You guys hear a creature? Creature feature featuring the creature? My left. Yeah. Didn't know you knew it. Yeah, that's like my favorite. I need to play Herbloss again. Last time I played it was more of just a demo. Showing someone how it worked. So, oh, there's the creature. I see the creature. Uh-oh, I see the creature. Creature featuring the creature. Oh. I think I'm gonna run out of power. No way, that just scared me. I've never 100% beaten Herbloss. Not 100%ed, but you know, I've never like gotten to the final boss because it's a roguelike. Like usually I die before that. I've gotten up to the final boss and died during the final boss fight. But it's amazing to see like fully featured games within VR chat. It's a lot like what this is, like with Map Labs, like people making games within a tool set, within a mod SDK. Not sure if the door disappearing is a bug or a feature. Yeah. Is that a creature? That's a creature. I'm supposed to click hitting repel. So the previous entry we played in this Map Labs was called Outbreak. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Creature. It was called Outbreak, and it was incredible. It was like a fully featured Half-Life 2 mod that you would play on Steam, but it was in a Map Labs challenge. It was like a sort of non-linear Metroidvania about a place similar to Nova Prospect, and you play as a Combine soldier. Beef Bacon, the creator, was here in chat, and we talked about it and how it was made. And it's just a really good time. Sometimes people go all out for these challenges, and they can make basically entire games inside of Map Labs. I entered in this challenge. I'm not super happy with how my entry turned out. It's a little bit janky. But mine is the very last in the challenge. We make it? Uh-oh, I don't think we made it. Oh, they jump scare me right at 5 a.m. Oh. Lame. Should have turned on the timer for this one. Usually I try to give each entry a limited amount of time so that if I get stuck, then I can move on to the next one. I have some pumpkin soda to celebrate the map labs because I always put that in my maps. Such a FNAF moment. Yeah. Being jump scared right at the very end. I wonder how many creatures there are in the map. I also don't quite understand what the repel button does. Because looking at them is supposed to make them free, right? This repel uses power and it sends them back towards the start, maybe? I do really like how each of the monsters has like a prop stuck to them. So you're just looking for like one prop that's moving. It is very much like a reverse prop hunt. Charging. Right? So weird having these point and click mechanics in App Labs. Every time there's static, that probably means one of them is moving, so there must be more than one. Oh, what did I just hear? Citizen yelling. Another monster. I think there's Sheet Metal Sandy and Red Table Reggie. I love that. Oh, there. Wait, that one's really close. Call it. Like one of them is just hiding just out of view. 4 a.m. I heard it. Outside. I see that one. Oh, this map is reminding me of that TF2 horror game on Game Jolt, Capture the Intelligence. I've never heard of that. The TF2 horror game? Wait, I saw that. That wasn't... Okay, I'm going crazy. I've never seen that before. I'm not gonna repel them until they get really close. I should repel now so it recharges fast enough. Boring one of them is gonna skip ahead. No. Please, no. Oh, I'm almost out of power. How long do I have to hold the door? Power outage. Stay out. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Did I die or did I win? Which... Oh, I died. Guys, I honestly find this kind of frustrating. What do you think? Should I give it one more try or should I skip to the next one? I kind of want to skip to the next one because I want to show Raiders what some of the other entries are like. Like, I feel like this is giving an unusual impression of what Map Labs is like. Most entries aren't FNAF games. I'll give it one more try. One more try, and then we'll skip ahead. Where'd a zombie? You can try once more? Yeah, one more try, and if I die this time, then we'll skip ahead to the next one. I always die right at the very end. It's stressful. I guess I haven't played a FNAF game in like, I don't know, 9 years. I remember playing it when it came out and thinking like, oh, that's a cool little indie game. Raiders, you missed two of the best entries. The timing is not good, I feel like. I mean, this is good. Don't get me wrong. This is good, but like there were two like just legendary, like some of the best entries of any Map Labs I've ever played. Two of them in a row. Termineo and then Outbreak. This is the next one that I played after that. No, sorry, I played Shadow Waltz. I do like how like each of them is different. Every Map Labs entry has its own unique personality. A cool little indie game. Now it has a movie and another in production. I remember how crazy it felt when the FNAF movie came out, and then I saw it with some friends. I was traveling, and one day I went to a diner in the morning for breakfast, and at the diner they were playing the FNAF 2 song by the Living Tombstone in like just a normal place because it became popular because of the movie, because the first song was in the credits and everything. And that was crazy. Same guy who did the Nightmare House 2 soundtrack. Is there a schedule for the next Map Labs? No, there is a hint that there might be a Map Labs in January. Red Zombie was posting about that earlier. We don't know what the theme will be, of course, because it hasn't been announced yet, but supposedly there will be more. I would like to enter again. Oh shoot, I'm about to get jumped. Yo! Now, how long do I have to close the door for it to go away? I feel like as long as I'm looking at it, it can't get me, right? Is that how it works? Oh, it got away. And it's totally in the room right now, isn't it? As soon as I look at the camera, it's going to get me. Is that how it works? How it works? Not in the room. Here, respawned. Out of there. I see that. I like the idea of these FNAF clone entries a lot more than I actually like them. There's been other entries like this, and I don't know, the idea of someone making FNAF in Map Labs is always so endearing to me, but then actually playing it, I'm like FNAF that much. Like I liked it a little bit, but I'm just not like my favorite formula. I guess it's because it's not the genre that I expected to play. And when I go into a Map Labs, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be like Half-Life. And this is different. And sometimes that's good, like how Termineo was like a point-and-click adventure game. That was good. This is like it's too different. You could say the same thing about the Flight Sim map, except for that one was amazing. Even though I struggled with it a lot, it was still just like a technical achievement. And I suppose this is as well. Flight Sim is a very complicated kind of game to do. I also like how somehow they have like a screen effect that's making it look lower resolution, like it's like downsampled. I wonder how they did that. Did a FNAF map a long time ago with info player start. I remember that. I remember what that entry was called because I don't remember the name. I think some of the props change randomly so they keep you on your toes, you know? I'm noticing the positions of the props seem different than they were at first. I'm wrong about that, though. A really interesting use of the Half-Life 2 Episode 2 soundtrack. They get off at the next relaunch for Nightmare Mode. I don't think I want to relaunch for Nightmare Mode. That was cool. That was a fun little map. Review it. That was called Sleeping Angel, I believe, right? Sleeping Angel. The mapping was pretty basic, which is fine because it didn't really need to be super complex because you're from a fixed perspective. Didn't notice any problems with the textures. The lighting was serviceable. Didn't really help with direction, but it also, you don't move in this map. I did like how this map had that filter that makes it look lower resolution, but there wasn't a lot of environmental design that I noticed. I didn't notice a lot with the soundscape. There were those sounds when the creatures moved. Music choice was alright. Yeah, a little boxy. I was able to play through without getting stuck, that's true. There was new gameplay. I wouldn't say that I understood the story. Also, I do need to update this form with my extra categories that we learned from the last entry, and I'm going to do that before the stream on Saturday. Bugs. I didn't really enjoy it. I'm sorry. It's not my kind of game, which is bad because there's a lot of work that needs to go into making something like that. But I have to be honest and say, like, I did enjoy I enjoyed the feeling of satisfaction that I completed it. Lower resolution filter was what reminded you to capture the intelligence. Oh yeah. I would say I got scared one time and I definitely got stressed. I think it is well paced. I almost said it's not well paced, but I think the fact that it's only one night is really smart, and also that I was able to beat it after 3 attempts. I think that was good. Let's look at the grid for that map. Sleeping Angel is all across the top of the grid. So that means that the theme was shipboard or underwater. Shipboard or underwater? I didn't get that at all. Jump scares, monster, friendly antagonist, and slow, relentless pursuit. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Is it underwater? I guess it is like a ship. Oh, nightmare mode enabled. Oh no, I didn't mean to do nightmare mode. No! I guess it is like a ship. I didn't really get that from it. It did have a monster, but the monster was kind of nondescript, and I didn't really know how it connected with anything. Setting, I barely recognized it was underwater. First trope is jump scares. It did jump scares. So we'll give it that. Low relentless pursuit. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's different because you're not really running away. Bonus challenge was friendly antagonist. Table and metal panel had enough. I feel like that one's scored less just because I don't like the FNAF formula, and that's not really fair. Not really fair at all. There's a lot of work that went into the V-script and the mechanics of the FNAF gameplay. I don't know. I want to adjust my scoring sheet. I want to add those categories back for, like, does it have a good ending, that sort of thing. That entry, it wasn't really for me, but it was a lot of work, and I do appreciate the effort that went into it. Let's play The Eldritch Caverns by Arctic Snow Pup. It'll probably be my last entry for tonight. I'm gonna exit the map labs just in case something sticks like last time. Play The Eldritch Caverns by Arctic Snow Pup. Ooh. I like that skybox. That's definitely creepy. That headlights. This opening area does remind me a lot of the beginning of my map, where it's hard to do big open environments with displacements like this. Assignment terminated. Subject Freeman. Recent demonstration of exceedingly poor judgment. I like that it didn't just have an invisible wall. I actually really appreciate that. Invisible walls are one of my biggest pet peeves. So having, even though it's just got some game over text, it's like, it's fun, you know? The game at least recognized that I tried to backtrack out of the map. Also, this opening area kind of reminds me of the original Shadow Walker 2, where you drive up and there's like a little guardhouse and car is stopped here. I don't know. Ominous cavern. What do you guys think is in here? Advisor, apparently. That actually kind of got me. I wouldn't say I was scared, but I was startled. Lighting makes the car look hot pink. Yeah, but it's a vibe, though. Wonder what happened to these people. Got a crowbar and a pickaxe. Look like antlion eggs. I wonder if this takes place in the Half-Life 2 timeline universe, or if this is meant to be more of like a modern day place. We didn't get much of an intro to the story, so I'm not sure who we're supposed to be. The game over text said we were Gordon. So I take it that we are Gordon. Uh-oh. Not a good sign. When you go cave diving and you see a tunnel filled with bodies, that's your first sign something's wrong. I like how many of these entries used the Left 4 Dead body models. My entry did as well, and so did Permaneo. Not a good sign. The obelisk. Dead cow. They're gonna be lost souls, I can feel it. They're gonna come to life and attack me. I think this book is. Need more dead body models. I use this so often. Yeah. I was thinking I should have used the torso model for androids in my map. Run. Okay, we gotta run for it. The cave is coming down. Run to. Where to run to? Dead end. We're running this way? Not running that way. Are we running this way? All dead ends. Where's the way we came in? Okay, here it is. Come on, I know the entrance is around here somewhere. Can't be lost already. There it is. What is that? Giant hound eye. Eldritch Caverns by Arctic Snowpup. That was fun. Cave diver squeezing into the tiniest hole known to man. That was a fun little map. Sometimes I think shorter is better with MapLab's entries because there's so many of them, you don't want to overstay your welcome. So I think having a short story is not a bad thing. I do wish that had had more build up to the story and what was going on. Called Eldritch Caverns. Materials looked good. I didn't really know where to go, especially when the lights turned off. I would say the aesthetic was notable. I liked the red moon. I liked that it was like, I liked that it was spooky. I liked the Left 4 Dead props as well. And like the stuff in the cave. I don't remember the music. There was music. I wouldn't say it was highly detailed because there were parts of it where I felt like it was under-detailed. It's a lot like the displacement work that I did. I need to learn how to make better displacements, but I feel like sometimes you can tell when it's been like subdivided, like there's like empty corners. Hard to explain, but I did the same thing in my entry. Something I want to work on. We'll play through. No new gameplay mechanic really, other than Lost Souls. Lost Souls kind of count. But I'm not gonna count it exactly because it was just like fighting one enemy with a crowbar. Lost Souls have been in other maps as well. I didn't entirely understand the story. I did like the conclusion. I enjoyed it. And it did spook me. Gotta get on the displacement grind. When I made my map, I kind of followed, Breadman made a video on how to make better displacements a long time ago, and that's kind of been my guide on how to do a better job making natural environments, but mine still don't turn out right. They still don't look good. Maybe I just didn't spend enough time on it. I did find that my tunnels look better than my open areas, but even the tunnels looked very, like, regular. Like, it didn't look good. Look at the grid for this map. So, Eldritch Caverns, the grid is these three and these two. I think there was another map that did those. Oh, it was the same as Permaneo. So it's Unruly Weather. That makes sense with the red moon. Eldritch, Underground or Abstract. That checks out. And then Friendly Antagonist and Cursed Artifact. I don't really get Friendly Antagonist from that. I guess that's a bonus. The antagonist, I would say that was supposed to be Eldritch. Yeah, no, that works. There's the giant hound eye. There's also the obelisk. Good. Really weather. First underground or abstract? It was underground and it was abstract. Good. Really weather was like the red moon. That's pretty good. And first artifact was in there. I don't think any of these were really like fully implemented where they had like a satisfying tie into the story. They were all present, basically. It was good. That checks out. I want to redo these reviews with the form that has the categories for inclusion, more story categories, things like that. But just for these scores, I think it kind of makes sense. I think I did Sleeping Angel dirty for the amount of work that went into it. Kind of a bias, just based on the gameplay. Also, absolutely did Outbreak dirty. That should be top of the list easily. But I think because of the way the scorecard works, that dinged too many points off of it. I'm going to completely redo this for Saturday. So it's currently 11:48. I said I was going to wrap up at midnight, and I do want to do that. But I'm wondering about playing one more. That didn't take very long. And I certainly wouldn't mind playing another one. What do you guys think? Should I play another one? That would be Sunny Patch Grove by Event Horizon. I like his maps. I want to try this one too. I've also been really excited for Parasito. Next one is not that long. Yeah, I'll do that one. District 6, I have to specifically wait until Saturday to play. Patch Grove is quick. Let's play that. Play Sunny Patch Grove. Wait, I didn't have any written notes for Eldritch Caverns. So let me quick write some notes. Sleeping Angel. Okay, the work is into creating. Felt biased against. Reference. This feels harsh. Probably adapt that feedback because I do want to engage with Sleeping Angel for what it was trying to be, you know? I feel like I can't just be like, oh, I don't like FNAF clones. Like, no, it was good. It was well made. Caverns. Features like Sleeping Angel are tough because you have limited time to completely redesign a new game flow, but it can't get the playtesting or refinement it needs. Absolutely. The Flight Sim one from last year suffered the same. Exactly. That's how I felt about it too. I really enjoyed that Flight Sim map. In fact, it's one of the few Map Labs entries where I feel like I kind of want to go back and replay it. It was just such a unique thing, and I didn't really enjoy it, but I'm really bad at flight sims. So I really struggled to get through it because it was so difficult. Not a kind of game that I usually play. Okay. Let's play Honey Patch Grove. Here in my house, 237 Sunny Patch Grove, residents of help with their chores. Not sure if that entirely showed up correctly, the text. I do like this like fuzzy VHS filter that they have. So brilliant and show off how much can be done in the entry, but they often review bad because they're rough gameplay wise. Exactly. Said it better than I could. I like this environment. Feels like I'm playing a Gary's Mod map, but in a good way. It's Source Engine, but it's not what we typically see. Or what I'm really thinking of is like a custom Counter-Strike or Team Fortress 2 map. When you go to a custom server and they have like a goofy map. What are the plans? Oh. House. What are the plants? Were there chores I was supposed to do over there, or is that my house? It does feel very liminal. So empty. Turbo and terrorist matches go hard in this map. Yeah, exactly. What I'm thinking of. Is anything at these two houses? Missing batteries. Okay. Where batteries be? Gotta be around this house, right? I don't like how there's no sprint in this map. It's gonna make me bunny hop. That's a battery over there. I have a feeling I know where this is going. It's gonna be the first two houses have really regular chores, and then the third one is gonna be like, help your neighbor hide the bodies or something like that. That's where they're going with this. It's gonna be like the over-the-top sort of comedy horror. Battery. Head to the farmhouse. I'm gonna be in the farmhouse. Got impatient and started accelerating bee-hopping and missed something in my first playthrough. Yeah. Oh, there's something creepy is gonna happen as we're walking. What's gonna happen? Watching me? Oh! See it? Did you see it? Fine and normal. Gonna jump scare me. Really don't feel like a jump scare today. Quiet. That guy. Oh, I hear that. I'm gonna get jump scared. Tired, I should head home. Follow me. Oh no. Fog. Gonna be slow, relentless pursuit. Yeah, is he gonna be waiting for me at home, or is he gonna be... Oh boy. Fine. This is fine. Fine. I didn't see anything. Sometimes I'm just not in the mood for jump scares. Do you ever feel like that? Like, man, I really just don't want to get jump scared right now. See the silhouette of the thing anymore. Oh, there's a door to my house that I can... Oh, he's gonna be inside the house. Here. Oh, the house is... Oh, that sound. I think those sounds are like... Sound is like stereo, like it's not like coming from the game, it's like global. Oh, don't make me go in the dark. implies there's a mood where you do want to be jump scared. You know, you're right. Yeah. No, I mean, like, okay, so like I used to like long time ago. I went to haunted houses. Kind of want to get jump scared if you go to a haunted house, you know. Oh, sounds. Oh, I hate this. An invisible wall. What is that? Where are you? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Patch Grove by Matt 71490. The numbers I can never remember. Okay, so I didn't get jump scared. I don't know why that one got me. That really that spooked me. It's just something about the vibe. Patch Grove. It's hard to rate the presentation because it's very simple, but it's simple by design, right? Like, the lighting was flat, but the color contrast was good for directing the player. The aesthetic was definitely notable. There weren't really any props to speak of, but the composition of the background was great. There were unique sounds that helped. I don't think there's really much by way of soundscapes, but the unique sounds were very creepy. I think there was music at the beginning. I don't remember it very well. I got chills at the end when the mother talked. Yeah, it was freaky. I was able to play through without getting stuck. There wasn't really a newer, like, notable gameplay mechanic. Story was understandable. I feel like there's more to it than what I got. Like, the mother different from the entity that was following the main character. Also, where are we? Why were we there? I didn't really understand the context, but I understood the atmosphere. That makes sense. I absolutely enjoyed it. It scared me. It was well paced. Look at its grid. This grid was diagonal. Was unknown entity, the great outdoors, daylight, and background or subtle scares. This might be one of the best uses of the grid. Unknown entity, it was unknown. It was an entity. It was following me. I think this is the difference between unknown entity and eldritch. It was not eldritch, but I would say it was an unknown entity. Because its identity is literally unknown, but also it's unknown entity in the sense of being like Slenderman. It's like there's something like sort of cryptid about it. Yeah, it's the great outdoors. It was mostly still it wasn't like the wilderness. It was still a town. It was still buildings. But it was mostly set outside. I'll give it points for that. Daylight was the bonus, and that was done very well. And it got dark at the end. The ending is so good. The effect is so non-source engine that it took me by complete surprise. That's what it creeped me out so much. That's why it was so scary. Background or subtle scares. Low relentless pursuit, right? Is that it? No. Yeah. Slow relentless pursuit I don't really get because it was ahead of me most of the time. I will say for background or subtle scares, absolutely excellent. But for slow relentless pursuit, it wasn't quite there. Me. That makes sense where it's rated, I think. Yeah. I will say Sunny Patch Grove. scared me in ways the other entries and I just quote you there because I couldn't have said it any better. Here was very uncomfortable. I didn't know what to expect. Well executed. On-screen text is janky, but in a way almost certainly intentional. At the end terrified me how the mother's voice sounded. Good. Okay, do you guys think I should do one more, or should I raid out? I could try to do one more. I think the next one is going to be fairly long. But this would be a pretty good lineup for Saturday if I did just these 5. The next ones are long. The next one is not very short. Yeah. I think it will be a good starter for Saturday. The problem with Saturday is that I might not finish all the entries because I have a hard stop at 7, right? So if I start stream at like 3, that'll give me 4 hours. And if most of these are long, I don't know if 4 hours is going to cut it for all the entries. I am getting pretty tired, though, so I think I should probably quit while I'm ahead. So, just to recap, I used the wrong template for my review form, so I'm very unhappy with the scores that I gave. These are janky, and I want to come up with a better format. I think I'm going to try to do that by Saturday and then re-review these. I do think that the overall ranking is pretty good, other than Outbreak and Permaneo. I don't know if I can rate them against each other. They're both on top. Outbreak is the clear winner. I think that's obvious. I just, on the face of it. Permaneo was excellent, though. And I think the other scores actually do follow the right order. Honeypatch Grove, Shadow Waltz, Eldritch Caverns, Nation, and then Sleeping Angel. Putting Sleeping Angel at the bottom also is unfair because it's like, how do you rate the effort of making it versus the enjoyment, and how do you factor in like personal biases like with kinds of games? I don't know, I'll probably rescore that one because that seems a little unfair. That's where we're at right now. I really enjoyed playing these maps, especially, like I said, Outbreak and Permaneo were standout Map Labs entries. Like, very memorable. I have a hard time keeping the different challenges straight in my head because there's so many of them, and it's hard for me to remember which entry was that from which competition and who made it. But I feel like Permaneo and Outbreak are both like entries that I'll remember for a long time. Thank you to everyone who entered, and also thanks for watching, everybody who's still tuned in. I think for tonight we're going to raid out. We raid. Going to raid. Good night. I'm gonna raid a friend who's playing games and demos. What games and demos are they playing? Let me take a sneak peek. Playing. Looks like some sort of boomer shooter. Some sort of like movement-based FPS game, so that looks cool. We're gonna raid Quiet Emerald, so give them your best. Have a good night, everyone. See you next time. Oh, next stream is gonna be on Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, and I will be playing the rest of the Map Labs entries. Hope you all have a good night. Say hi to Quiet Emerald, and I'll see you next time. Bye!